The Protector Chapter 601. Meredith pulled Levi away from Zoe. Since both of you know the truth, then I will be straightforward. Zoe, from now on, you will treat Levi as nothing more than a stranger. Understand? Meredith ordered sternly. Zoe nodded obediently. Understood. Her face was still full of smiles. Everyone was confused. Is it so easy to talk Zoe into something? Or perhaps she's always wanted to divorce Levi? Levi, let me warn you. If you ever harass Zoe again, I'll skin you alive. Logan threatened Levi in a menacing tone. Both Caitlin and Aaron exclaimed, since you've accepted the 10 million, you must do as we say and leave Zoe alone from now on. Levi sneered, why must I stay away from Zoe? I have returned the money to you. Bah! Don't lie to us. Since when have you returned the money to us, hey? What? Nonsense! The blacks were now boiling in rage, as they have seen clearly with their own eyes that Levi had the check in his hand earlier. How dare he say he's returned the money to us? This kid really is full of lies. Okay, why don't you tell us who have you returned the money to? Everyone in the Black family was now glaring at Levi questioningly. I've thrown it into the trash can on the right side of the manor's gates. With that said, Levi left the place. Everyone at the scene hurriedly returned to the Black family's manor. Once they got off the car, they immediately rushed to the trash can Levi mentioned earlier. Someone come and empty the trash can for us. Logan ordered anxiously. A few servants showed up at once and poured the contents of the trash can onto the ground. With his nose pinched, Logan rummaged through the trash scattered on the ground for the 10 million check. After half an hour of digging and poking around, Logan still did not manage to find the check. Quintus and Keen also joined the search, but to no avail. That brat must have lied to us. Logan howled in rage. Zoe commented in a hurry, that's not possible. If Levi said the check is in the trash, then it must be in the trash. She didn't believe that Levi would lie just to get his hands on the 10 million the Black family had offered him. Zoe, you just can't accept the truth that he lied, right? Let's search the other trash cans. Logan sniggered. With the servants' help, the blacks dug into the other trash cans, but they still could not locate it after much hustle. It's not possible. It must be in one of the trash cans around the house. Someone must have gotten a hold of the check. Zoe was starting to feel panicky. I can't let Levi take the blame here. I won't allow that to happen. In the first place, the Black family was the one who bullied Levi. If the same thing happened again, Zoe would not forgive herself. Why don't you ask around? Perhaps someone picked it up from the trash can. Zoe was panicking. Meredith ordered all the servants to gather in front of her and bellowed at them. Did anyone see a check lying around? The lot of you better be honest. If I catch any of you holding on to the check, the punishment will be severe. Nonetheless, all of the servants shook their heads. We didn't see anything at all. Also, if we find anything valuable, we'll definitely report it to you. However, one of the servants had a streak of fear in his eyes. He clenched onto the side of his shirt with his sweaty palms, but no one noticed. Boom! Zoe's mind went blank. Is this how things will turn out? Levi will be framed for something he hasn't done again? Logan snickered, what do you have to say now, Zoe? How could Levi pass up so much money? Perhaps he already knows the two of you are not fated to be with each other, so why not take the check? That way, he could at least gain something out of this whole drama? Jenny also jeered at Zoe, that's right, Zoe. I think he doesn't even love you at all. If he really loves you, then he would have torn the check right in our faces. How dare that rascal cheat us? No, I can't let him get away with this. Meredith's blood was boiling. I-N. E. E. D. A. N. E. X. PLA. N. A. TO. N. F. R. O. M. Him. The Protector Chapter 602. Robert shook his head profusely. It's all right. We can leave him alone now. He's nothing to do with our family anymore. Just let him be. Yeah, Grandma. Just don't mess with him anymore. Who knows, he might have other tricks up his sleeves. It took all the blacks to convince Meredith that it was not worth her time to hound Levi down. Meredith then exclaimed to Zoe, although it costs us 10 million, I think it's all worth it now that you've seen his true colors. No, Grandma. Levi's a good person, believe me. Zoe had complete faith in Levi when he said he threw the check into the trash can at the Back family's residence. There was a high chance that someone had seen it and picked it up. Right now, Zoe wanted nothing but to prove that Levi was innocent. Robert added, my dear, that man has nothing to with us from now on. Whether if he's a good person or not, we don't care. Yet, it doesn't matter to us anymore whether he lie. The rest of the blacks also chimed in. Even though everyone in the Black family said they could not care more about Levi, Zoe knew they would bring the incident up from time to time to shame him in the days to come. Alas, there was nothing she could do. Now that Zoe was officially out of her marriage, Meredith wanted to set her up with another man right away. With Zoe's current achievements and the powerful Black family at her back, she would be a woman sought after by many. The two of you just relax. I will definitely find Zoe a husband that stands out from the rest. You two just have to wait and watch her walk down the aisle. Having heard Meredith's words, Caitlin and Aaron could now picture in their head their daughter's wedding and how they would be all tearful yet excited for her. Once again, Meredith called for a meeting with the rest of the family. Zoe, you remember how Grandpa and Grandma promised you to invest $2 billion into your company if you part ways with Levi? Now that you have broken off from him, we will honor our promise. Meredith proclaimed to the family. Zoe was surprised. Really, Grandma? That's so awesome. You still have any problems on your side? Tell us, Meredith asked her granddaughter in a caring tone. Zoe paused to think for a while before replying, Grandma, I'm afraid I do have a problem. Just tell me, my dear. We're about to enter the electronics market in the South City, but my company still doesn't have a suitable place for our office. Also, we still lack production centers and our technical team is underdeveloped, Zoe hurriedly added. That's simple. I'll settle it for you. Logan let out a hearty laugh. Zoe's problem was a piece of cake to Logan. Logan, I don't think things are simple at all. Morris Group has already handed to us all of its e-commerce business. As of this moment, our target is Triple Group. Before they pulled out of the market. I think it's a bit too much for us. Our initial target is set at around 50 billion. Gasp. Everyone in the room took a sharp breath. Their initial target is 50 billion? How is that even attainable? It's true that the 2 billion Meredith had promised Zoe was already a hefty sum. But in comparison to Zoe's current target of 50 billion, it was a speck of dust. This is what I'm worried about. Morris Group said that they will provide us with the funding, but we still haven't settled the logistics and manpower. I really have to own everything that Triple Group had before I could embark on my mission. Zoe had a gloomy expression on her face. This mission is impossible. The affluent families in South City have already laid their claims on parts of Triple Group's old playground. Zoe had no idea on how to reach her target. Robert queried in an astonished tone, "Zoe, you mean we have to reclaim every property of Triple Group?" "Yep, that's right. And let's not talk about the issues with finding an office. The demand for electronics in South City can only be met if we have Triple Group's enormous production capacity. Everything they owned was bundled together, which made it cost-effective for them to operate on such a large scale." Zoe's words left everyone in the room speechless. Everyone knew that in the previous feud between all the great families in South City, Triple Group's properties were split up into many fragments, each of which was now under a different family. They also knew that the Black family did not have enough power to reclaim everything. The Protector Chapter 603. Out of puzzlement, Pamela questioned Zoe, "Zoe, Morris Group really have such high hopes for you?" "Pamela, I have no idea why Morris Group sees me as their superstar too. This task is insurmountable." Zoe herself was flummoxed. She could understand if Iris were trying to help her out. But there was no reason for the head of Morris Group to have so much faith in her capabilities. "Why? I just can't find an answer to it." Pamela now viewed Zoe in a different light. She was a Rogers, and naturally, she knew that the Rogers family was the most influential family in Northampton. However, it was Morris Group that bestowed that much power upon the Rogers family. Thus, she knew better than anyone in the room that Morris Group was indeed a force not to be reckoned with. "Mom, Dad, Zoe's net worth is sure going to boom in the future. Morris Group holds her with so much regard. Mark my words, she can easily become a billionaire in the future." Pamela uttered matter-of-factly. "A billionaire?" Gasp. Even Meredith and Robert both had their jaws dropped to the ground. If Zoe were really that terrific, the Black family could emerge as one of the noble families in South City. Since Zoe is the rising star in Morris Group, we have to help her tackle her problems at all costs," Meredith declared to everyone. "With that said, I need all of you to pull whatever strings you can to aid Zoe in her conquest to reclaim Triple Group's markets," Robert chimed in. If Logan and Russell were the guardians of the Black family, then Zoe was the fertilizer of their growth. Her success was crucial in determining the future of the Black family. If she managed to come through, the Black family would be geared up to climb onto the upper echelons in South City. As such, Zoe's mission was also the Black family's mission. After a lengthy discussion, they split off to negotiate with the other prominent families in South City about renting their production facilities and offices. Jenny and Logan came to the house of the Oliver family, one of the four noble families in South City. The head of the family, Mark Oliver, welcomed the two of them into their manor. "Sir Oliver, I shall cut to the chase. The Black family would like to rent 3 of the office buildings originally under Triple Group. We are willing to pay you handsomely for it, so please, just give us a number," Logan said with a deferential smile. "Bah! The Black family has no right to make use of our assets. Please leave," Mark sneered with derision. Right away, Logan and Jenny were ushered out of the house. The two of them then visited the Kamen family and the Herman family, but were also turned down by them. Back at the Black family, the air around the place was heavy and suffocating. Everyone was down in the dumps. Literally, all of them were turned down in their attempts to request favors from the prominent families in the South City. Right now, they had no means to tackle the current issue they had at hand. Zoe could only sigh when she received the unfortunate news her family members brought home. "Zoe, I'm afraid you'll have to take the matters into your own hands. Still, Do not let your spirits be dampened, everyone. At least, we have successfully pried Levi away from Zoe. Now that he is not around her anymore, Zoe can soar high without any burden tying her down. Meredith exclaimed gladly. At that moment, Levi was contacting the Rogers family of Northampton on the phone. I need you guys to start on the construction of the royal villa as soon as possible. It will be my future home. I will send you the blueprints right away. 6 years ago, Levi designed and built a mansion for his future family, but it was demolished as he did not want anyone to tarnish his home before his family could move in there. Right now, Levi was trying to have the royal villa rebuilt so that Zoe's wish could be granted. From now on, he would devote all of himself to the preparations for a wedding of the century. You want me to stay away from Zoe? Over my dead body? Levi's lips curled up into a wicked smile. At the Morris Group's office in Northampton, Iris Isabel received orders from her boss to send a team to South City to assist the Oriental Star Group in making a head start in the markets over there. In the name list of the people to be dispatched, Levi was included. He was responsible for the team's safety on this mission. The office, the production factories, as well as the research center of Triple Group were recovered at an earlier date. All of them were ready to start operations anytime now. The team only had to show up and get the production line moving. Their current objective was to fill in the gap that Triple Group left behind. The Protector Chapter 604. For the past 2 days, Zoe was flustered because of 2 things. First, she had to settle her divorce papers with Levi. Second, her work was haunting her in her dreams every night. The Morris Group handed the mission to her in hopes that she would perform well, but Zoe made little progress. She was so stressed that her nights were sleepless. Little did she know, the Black family was aware of the state she was in. Late in the night, Meredith and Robert were pacing in their house. They seemed to be more anxious than Zoe herself. After all, Zoe's mission would rule the future of the Black family. What should we do? Even Logan was sighing. We have already tried everything we could. The issue at hand is that the Black family does not have the power to request anything from the noble families whatsoever. Bailey spoke in disappointment. Zoe also sighed. If we are already at the end of our wits, how about I just turn in the mission for someone else at Morris Group to take over? It's indeed a difficult task that I don't think we can conquer. No. Zoe's decision received the disapproval of everyone in the Black family. Where can we ever find such a good opportunity again? How can we just give up? That's right. Zoe, you must complete the mission at all costs. We'll help you with any obstacles you face on your way. The Black family was in an upheaval. We can surely find a way ourselves to secure us an office, but as for the production factories and the research center as well as the equipment required, we will have to beg for it. I volunteer myself. Robert uttered determinedly. The research center was the centerpiece of Triple Group's operations. Now, it was in the possession of Brock Green. Brock was a smart and insightful person. Even though he wasn't producing any electronics himself, he knew to get his hands on Triple Group's research center ahead of all of his competitors. He even recruited the original researchers at that particular research center at the first chance he got. He knew the research center would be most valuable in the future. By then, many would be dying to have it. His goal was actually very simple. He wanted to sell it at a sky-high price and earn a lot from it. As of this moment, he had been visited by over 20 prospect buyers of the research center. He was just waiting for someone to show up with the highest price. He was dead certain that he could profit at least $5 billion from the research center. However, Brock suddenly received an order from the God of War to surrender the Research Center unconditionally. Without any hesitation, he transferred both the research center and his prized team of researchers to the God of War right away. The Black family has split Zoe and Levi up. How foolish they are! Brock's subordinate informed Brock of Zoe and Levi's divorce. What? Brock leaped to his feet. Are they crazy? They want Zoe to divorce the God of War. Brock was beyond shocked. His eyes were almost flying out of his eye sockets. Can you believe it? Mr. Garrison was chased out of their household. Even Brock's subordinate was in disbelief. Brock growled in rage, the Black family are fools. Coincidentally, Robert and Bailey showed up at Brock's doorsteps at that instant. It's our utmost pleasure to meet you, Stone Buddha. Robert greeted Brock in a careful yet servile tone. However, he noticed there was something wrong with the latter's expression. It was as if Brock was watching two clowns at the biggest circus in town. So you're from the Black family? Brock replied with a sneer. Tisk, I really want to see what's inside your head. Is it full of garbage? How foolish the bunch of you are for making Zoe break up with Levi. The fact that you even chased him out of your house is even more embarrassing. Who in the right mind would do any of this? We have a request, Stone Buddha. Robert was on pins and needles. All right, just tell me what you're here for. Brock was straightforward. We are here on behalf of the Black family to request your permission to rent the research center in your possession, which once belonged to Triple Group. I believe my son-in-law, Logan Zax, has paid you a visit before too, Robert responded politely. Oh, about that. Brock answered wryly with a smile. But before he could finish, Robert interrupted. In a desperate tone. The Black family is willing to pay you an annual fee of 1 billion. The Protector Chapter 605. Indeed, Robert Black offered a handsome sum of money. The Black family was very determined in renting the research center currently. Under Brock, even if that meant shelling out a large portion of their savings. The benefit that this transaction would bring them was definitely more than 50 billion. Brock stroked his chin and laughed. 1 billion for a year is indeed quite a lot. However, his tone changed in a snap. But who do you think I am? You think 1 billion is anything to me? No. That was not what we meant. Robert was desperately trying to defend himself. Flop. He knelt on the ground. In all sincerity, Robert pleaded, I beg you, Stone Buddha. Please let us rent the research center. The Black family will forever be indebted to you. Brock scoffed disdainfully when he saw Robert on his knees. What a fool! Who asked you to chase away Levi? Pfft! With him around, you can have every research center in the world. My, I am touched by your sincerity. However, I have bad news for you. Someone has taken away the research center from me. I advise you to forget about it, Brock said with a straight face. What? Someone else has gotten ahead of us. Robert's mind exploded at the unexpected piece of news from Brock. Crap! We have no hope now. Yep, that's right. Everything once owned by Triple Group is now under another person's possession. You guys have to accept your fate. What? Someone has taken away everything. Robert was dumbfounded. See, could you tell me who's that person? Robert inquired with his voice shaking. Fine, I'll let you in on a small tip. This person is so powerful that not a single soul in Quebec would dare to offend him. Robert could feel all embers of hope inside his heart stomped out by Brock's words. Now that the Black family could not lay their hands on any of Triple Group's past properties, Zoe's mission was basically done for. With her failure to deliver, Morris Group might give up on her. It's a 50 billion project. There's no way Morris Group will allow this project to fail. I cannot accept this. This is so unfair. But what can we do? Even Brock said that person is dangerous. Will the Black family dare confront that person? When Robert told his family about the current state of the research center, everyone in the room fell dead silent. They were in total despair. The sole reason why the properties of the triple group were able to survive until today was because they were collectively well established as an effective system for product development and production. If any part of the system were to be replaced, the efficiency would definitely be lowered. It's time to call the time of death on this mission. Zoe let out a long sigh. Of course, she was disappointed, as it was her long-awaited chance to shine. She did not think it would turn out like this. However, Meredith was even more bummed out than her. To Zoe, this might be only just a challenge she had failed. Yet to Meredith, it was a big loss, as the Black family had spent several billions to get things going. The loss was most probably unrecoverable in the near future. Do we really have no other solutions? Meredith's breathing was heavy as she spoke. I'm afraid in such a short period of time, we might not find any replacements. This project is too much for us to handle. Jenny Black also shook her head helplessly. Meredith gazed forlornly at the night sky. Perhaps, the Black family was fated to be ordinary. All right, Grandpa, Grandma. I will let Morris Group know that I will be getting off this project tomorrow. Zoe had totally surrendered to her fate. It was mission impossible. No matter how much hard work she put into it, she was bound to fail. I failed. Zoe, don't be sad. You'll definitely get another chance to prove that you're capable. Meredith consoled her granddaughter. Regardless of everything, Zoe was still the hope of the Black family. The Morris Group was not the only channel through which the Black family could prosper. For instance, Zoe could also marry a powerful man to strengthen the Black family's influence in the South City. I can solve this problem if you let me. Out of the blue, a familiar voice came from outside. Levi Garrison. The Protector Chapter 606. Zoe Lopez was stunned for a second before she was overcome with joy. Levi is here. The next moment, Levi appeared in front of the Black family. Everyone was flummoxed. What is he here for? Levi Garrison, what's your purpose in showing up at our household? I don't think our business is any of yours. Logan questioned Levi in an unfriendly tone. Yet, from the moment you left the gates of our manor, you have no right to set foot in this place ever again. Get out of our sight now. Everyone in the Black family was spitting threats at Levi. A few of the Black's security personnel stood in the path of Levi to block him from approaching. They were just waiting for their master's order to throw him out. What's up with you now? Are you regretting your actions? Oh, I know. You don't want a divorce. Logan snickered in mockery. Logan, why are you still wasting your time talking to him? Let's throw him out now. The younger ones in the family were about to chase Levi out when Meredith bellowed, "Hold your horses, people." She strode forward and asked Levi, "You said you can help us with our problem." "That's right." Levi responded with much confidence. "Do you even know what problem we are facing?" Meredith wanted to test Levi's knowledge of their situation. Levi grinned perfunctorily. "What problem are you facing?" "Pfft. Doesn't your problem only concern Zoe? Anyway, I know you guys are trying to get your hands on the production system left behind by Triple Group." Hey! Everyone was again shocked, as they had no idea that Levi would know. "Are you sure you can solve it?" Meredith followed on with another question. "Of course I can." He he he. Logan broke up into a scornful fit of laughter. "Levi, do you really take us for fools? Perhaps you don't know about it, but the news has it that Triple Group is now taken over by a powerful mogul. Levi nodded. Yeah, you're right. In fact, you're looking at that mogul now. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, everyone in the Black family was laughing uncontrollably. They stared at Levi as if he were the dumbest person to have ever lived on this planet. Levi, you are actually nuts. Do you think we will buy your nonsense? However, Levi had no time for them. He went straight to Zoe and told her, "There's nothing to worry about now. I've already settled everything for you." Zoe smiled beautifully in response. She still had total faith in Levi. "All right, then I will see you first thing tomorrow morning. By then, everything should be settled." Having said what he needed to say to Zoe, Levi turned to leave. "Wait. Did we say you can go?" Logan and a few of the younger ones in the Black family halted Levi in his steps. "Do you think you can come and go as you please? Is the Black family a public park to you?" Jenny scoffed, "Oh right, didn't you say you can help us with our problem? Show us what you've done. You think you can fool us?" This guy's really got issues with his personality. He took 10 million, but lied and said he threw it into the trash can. Yet, I hate this kind of person the most. Everyone in the Black family was expressing their dislike for Levi. "I threw the check into the trash can by the gate. I'm not going to repeat myself." Levi had a dour expression on his face. "You're lying. We looked through not one, but all the trash cans near the gate. Still, we couldn't find the check. Yet, let's see how much longer are you going to lie to us?" "Hey!" Levi was bemused. "Did someone pick it up? Never mind. I'll have someone to track down the flow of the money from the check later. Let's get him out of here. I don't want to let him ruin my day." Meredith glared at Levi with abhorrence. Again, Levi was kicked out of the Black family's manor. "Let's see if our problem will magically be solved by tomorrow morning," Meredith scoffed. "Haha. Meredith, you don't have to expect anything out of that brat. He must be lying again." Logan guffawed in a demeaning tone. The next morning, the Black family was roused awake by a commotion in front of their house. Someone was shouting in the front yard. "Oh, no! Brock Green is here! Wait! Aren't those people from the Kamen family and the Oliver family? Oh crap! Are we in trouble?" The Protector Chapter 607. The commotion in the front yard awakened everyone in the Black family's household. They gathered in the living room. "What's going on? I think those people are here for the matters regarding Triple Group." Everyone in the Black family was shocked. What? Was Levi actually not lying when he said he will solve the problems we are facing? Are our problems actually solved? Very soon, Brock and the rest showed up. Meredith and Robert were about to greet Brock and the others when they walked past without even glancing at them. It was as if Meredith and Robert were transparent to them. "May I know which one of you is Zoe Lopez?" Brock stood in front of the Blacks and sized up the lot of them. "It's me." Zoe answered in a hurry. She had a hunch about what was going to happen. "Ms. Lopez, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. From now onward, both the research center owned by Triple Group and its team of researchers belong to you. Please look through this contract on the transfer of ownership." Brock was straight to the point. He then handed the said contract to Zoe. Pfft! Robert almost passed out when he saw what was rolling out ahead of him. Brock Green actually brought the contract to us himself? Could it be that the mogul Brock has mentioned has something to do with Zoe? "Hi, Ms. Lopez. Here is the contract for the original production factories of Triple Group. Everything in the production factories, including the materials, belongs to you now. Nice to meet you, Ms. Lopez. This is the lease for the office buildings once owned by Triple Group. They are all yours now. One by one, the head honchos from the prominent families in the South City passed Zoe the contracts to the properties of Triple Group they held on to. Right now, Zoe had the complete set of the production system that kept Triple Group running. What on earth just happened? This is not a dream, right? Our problem is solved. Oh my, so our problem is actually solved. Caitlin and Aaron exchanged a joyful glance with each other. Meredith was so overjoyed that she was tearing up. Robert was also on cloud 9. The bearer of the 50 billion mission, Zoe, could not contain her elation. Now that Zoe was successful in completing her task, the future of the Black family was filled with hope and light. The Black family would surely prosper in the very near future. We did it. The Black family is going to join the ranks of the noble families in South City soon. Logan Zacks and Jenny Black were leaping in excitement. The entire Black family was in a hurrah. This has nothing to do with Levi, right? One of the Blacks asked. Everyone in the Black family was taken aback by the question. If Levi is the person behind all of this, then how are we going to face him ever again? Will he make us pay for our mistakes for rejecting him? Everyone feared the consequences for throwing Levi out of the house now that he had offered so much to the Black family. Zoe asked politely, Mr. Green, could you tell us who's made all of this happen? All of the Blacks wanted to know the answer to Zoe's question. They were staring at Brock with so much curiosity in their eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you have to find out the answer yourself, Ms. Lopez. You can start with the office buildings of Triple Group, Brock answered amusedly. All right. Thank you so much. Right afterward, Zoe took off. Almost everyone from the Black family went with her. They wanted to know which saint had saved them from their troubles. When the lot of them arrived at the building that used to be the headquarters of Triple Group, they were astounded. The 50-story tower looming ahead of them in such a magnificent splendor. The Black family was reduced to nothing in front of what represented the wealth of Triple Group. However, from that day on, the tower belonged to Zoe. In other words, the tower was in the possession of the Black family. The crowd was super excited. By the time the Blacks sauntered to the entrance, there was already someone waiting for their arrival. Ms. Lopez, this way, please. The person at the door was given specific instructions to welcome Zoe on her first day there. He took Zoe and the rest to the CEO's office. Ms. Lopez, he's waiting inside for you. All of you can enter this room whenever you like. All of a sudden, the Blacks were on tenterhooks. Who's the person inside? It can't be Levi, right? What if it's actually Levi? We just forced him to divorce Zoe. If he's actually as powerful as everything so far has suggested, we are so screwed. Meredith and Robert were both covered in a cold sweat. The two of them awkwardly wiped the sweat off their foreheads. An anxious Logan was hiding behind everyone else. Zoe had a feeling that Levi was waiting for them inside the room. After all, he said to her the day before that they would meet the next morning. As the door was opened, everyone froze in their places. The Protector Chapter 608. A stranger was in the office, and it was not Levi. Nice to meet you, Ms. Lopez, I'm Neil Atkinson. It turned out that this man was Kieran. Oh, nice to meet you too, Mr. Atkinson. Zoe was pleasantly surprised. Neil was only a step away from the most mysterious figure in the Morris group. Even Iris could barely see him. Yet, he actually came here personally. The Black family had also heard of Neil. They were shocked as Neil being here showed how much he valued Zoe. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief as well. Luckily, it's not Levi. They were scared out of their wits earlier. Ms. Lopez, you'll pioneer our entry into the electronics market. The boss believes in you and has specifically sent a team to assist you, announced Kieran. That's great. Zoe replied with a smile. Having Morris Group as her backing filled her with more confidence. Well, the team will meet with you later. I'm taking my leave. Soon, Neil left. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who is this person who we can't mess with? It turns out it's the boss of Morris Group. You have to work hard, Zoe. We fully support you. Looking at it now, we've underestimated your potential. In the future, you'll definitely be the most powerful person in Quebec. The Black family was thrilled. Meredith thumped her chest and said, Fortunately, I asked you to divorce Levi. Considering your future achievements, he will be a drag if he's with you. It'll be troublesome over time. Grandma, you're so clever. Mom, you're so clever. Everyone in the Black family could not help but praise Meredith for her judgment. Meanwhile, Aaron and Caitlin exclaimed in excitement, getting a divorce is the right choice. Levi doesn't deserve to be Zoe's husband. By the way, didn't he claim that he's the one that solves this matter? Where's he now? Logan suddenly thought of Levi. Yet, he's nothing but a liar. How can he be so shameless that he actually claimed to solve this matter? Before long, the team sent by Morris Group arrived. Everyone was surprised to see Levi on the team. The Black family was struck dumb when they found out that Levi was also a member of the team. They realized why Levi went to their house last night and left them in suspense. The matter's really solved, but does it have anything to do with you? It's solved by the owner of Morris Group. Another problem also plagued the Black family. Wouldn't this give Levi a chance to be in contact with Zoe? We object to this. Levi can never come into contact with Zoe. Meredith protested. Sorry, ma'am, you don't have the right to do so. Levi Garrison is appointed by the company. Even Ms. Lopez has no right to reject. Meredith was stunned. She dared not to go against Morris Group. Well, I'd like to know what Levi's job is, she asked. He's in charge of our logistical support and our safety. Logan gave a cold snort. So he's a security guard. Pretty much, yet. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. They initially thought that Levi had an important position in the team. Unexpectedly, his position was similar to that of a security guard and chef. This kind of trash would never be good enough for Zoe. No matter how hard he worked, he was only a low-ranking employee of Morris Group, whereas Zoe would be at the top in the whole of Quebec in the future. They were from two worlds so different that there could be no comparison between them. Fortunately, Levi and Zoe had divorced. Meredith warned Levi, listen, don't ever get close to Zoe. It won't end well for you if I find out. Everyone in the Black family threatened Levi and also told Zoe not to interact with him. The Protector Chapter 609. With the help of Morris Group, Oriental Star Group successfully settled in South City. In just a few days, the preparation works were done, and the project kicked off. With the strong support of funds and talents, the prototype of their electronic products had taken shape. The Blacks were also basking in the reflected glory. Feeling proud, Meredith and the others were in a good mood every day. The younger generation of the Black family, like Russell and Zoe, was so successful. I'll look for a good husband for Zoe. You guys can ask around too. He must be a perfect and outstanding man, otherwise, he's unworthy of her. Meredith announced with a smile. She was also treating Aaron and Caitlin better. This made the two of them very excited. Everything had indeed become better after Zoe left Levi. They were once again glad that they had divorced. People in other places noticed a strange phenomenon in South City. There was actually no powerful figure and family in the city that sought to assert control over the many territories left by Triple Group and Scott's faction. Oriental Star Group was left gnawing at the huge piece of the pie. Many external forces and families in other provinces began to look into the background of Oriental Star Group. They utilized all their resources, only to find out that Oriental Star Group did not have any impressive connection except for Morris Group, with which they were cooperating. Morris Group was well known by now. I know Morris Group is very powerful, but it can't be so overbearing that it wants to lord over everyone. That's right. Isn't it good for everyone to get a share of the huge pie? Humph, I don't believe that I can't get my hand on it. It turned out that the external forces were all watching from the sidelines during the previous tussle in South City. Now that peace had descended, everyone was eager to act. The Davies family in South City. Ever since the incident that night, Derek had been staying at home and did not go out for a long time. Bang! The gate of the Davies residence suddenly blasted open. A dozen people in black rushed inside, taking everyone in the Davies family by surprise. "Who are you?" questioned Leslie, Derek's father, coldly. There was no response from them. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the front yard and pulled up. A young man got off the car. Dressed in a blue suit, he was holding a prayer garland, and had a pair of sunglasses over his eyes. Standing next to him were two men, one in black and the other in white. Both of them were wearing a gruesome mask, exuding a presence that was as cold as ice. Those near to them could even feel the chill brushing against their faces. "Who are you?" a bodyguard of the Davies family asked. The masked man in white shot him a cold look. Swoosh! What happened next was horrific. The severed head of the bodyguard suddenly fell to the ground, and blood spurted out from the big wound. Silence ensued. Everyone in the Davies family was petrified. All color was drained from the faces of Derek and Leslie. Plop! One after another, they fell to their knees in fright. Who is he? How can he kill others with just one glare? How terrifying! The blue-suited man in the middle stepped forward and patted Leslie on the face. "Don't be afraid. You're all of value to me, so I won't kill any of you. Tell me what you need. I won't let you down." Leslie, who had long drenched in his cold sweat, replied tremblingly. "Very well. I'm here for a very simple purpose. I want to be the boss of South City." The man in blue sounded extremely domineering. The Protector Chapter 610. Boss of South City. The eyes of Leslie and Derek were popping out of their heads with astonishment. Does he know what he's talking about? Never has anyone been so pompous. Not even the quasi-royals of Southampton, the Caesar family. How big of an appetite must he have to take over South City? But this group of people was far more vicious than anyone they had ever met. It was terrifying to see that one glare could decapitate someone. But of course, one glare could not literally kill someone. It was mainly because that man attacked so fast that the human eye could not catch the movement, resulting in such an illusion. He was definitely the best of the best, whom even Scott and Typhoon were no match for. The man in blue took off his sunglasses, revealing an evil face. He said with a smile, "Why are you all on your knees? Get up." After the man talked, only then did Leslie and his family feel relieved. But their knees were still weak, so they could not stand up at all. The man in blue pulled a chair over and sat down. With his eyes on the Davies family, he asked, "Who is the boss in South City now?" "The Grand Master controls the underworld, but the strongest man in South City is actually Brock Green, the Stone Buddha. He owns the largest and most Underground boxing arenas, with hundreds of top fighters around him. No one dares to cross him. I heard that he even keeps the Caesar family from South Hampton in check. Leslie gasped. Great! I'll visit the Grand Master and Stone Buddha tonight then. An evil smile appeared on the face of the man in blue. Hey? Are you sure you want to go and meet them, sir? Leslie asked in surprise. Can't I? The man in blue smiled. The two masked men behind him shot Leslie a warning glance. He immediately lowered his head in fright. Their glare will kill me. The masked man in black suddenly placed his hand on the stone table. Thump! There was a rumbling sound. Crack! The stone table cracked from the top to the bottom, and was blown to smithereens, filling the air with dust. The Davies family was struck dumb. The masked man in white killed with a single glare earlier, and now, the one in black shattered a stone table. Are they even human? How horrifying! Leslie, who was about to stand up, fell back to his knees, whereas Derek wet himself. Life was fragile in the face of these two experts. One would be killed in an instant if they were offended in the slightest. Leslie and Derek no longer questioned their capability anymore. They were not pompous or reckless. They were totally capable. Delighted, the man in blue asked with a smile, "Do you have doubts about my identity?" "No, we wouldn't dare to," replied Leslie with his head down. No matter who the man was, the Davies family could not mess with him. "Well, let me tell you who I am. My name is Jackie Lawson." "Hey!" Leslie and the others had a look of incomprehension on their faces. "We've never heard of this name." Jackie leaned in and whispered in Leslie's ear, "I come from." After listening to what Jackie had whispered into his ear, the look on Leslie's face changed drastically. His face was instantly drained of all color, looking white as a sheet. Intense horror could be seen from his eyes. It was a horror that came from the depth of his heart. "Oh, you're Jackie. My warmest welcome. I apologize for the delay." After Jackie revealed his identity, Leslie knelt and touched the ground with his forehead so hard that it started to bleed. The Protector Chapter 611. The Davies family and the other family members were dumbfounded. What kind of identity does he hold that can make Leslie so afraid? What exactly is his background? The Davies were all trembling with fear. Leslie wasn't as afraid even when the two masked men pulled the earlier godlike tricks, but he got so scared after the man's identity is revealed. Why is that? Jackie must be someone very powerful. At this moment, Leslie had no more doubt about Jackie's desire to take over South City. He did not think there was any sort of exaggeration, as Jackie could totally achieve it in his capacity. Jackie smiled and said, "As long as you obey me and do what I ask, I promise that the Davies family will prosper. In the future, you can replace whoever you want in South City." "Thank you, Jackie. The Davies family will do anything you ask of, come hell or high water." Leslie was overjoyed. Despite the earlier fright, the Davies family could see a complete change in its fate and prosper by following Jackie. Leslie immediately patted Derek on the shoulder, and said, "Make a dinner reservation for tonight at the best restaurant in South City to welcome Jackie." "Okay. I promise it won't be a letdown." Derek sprang into action right away. Meanwhile, Jackie readily accepted their arrangement, and stayed at the Davies family's residence. Afterward, Leslie went to Jackie's bedroom with a few beautiful women. "You may go in, but these women need to get lost," the two masked men said coldly at the door of the bedroom. Shocked, Leslie simpered and said, "You've misunderstood. I've got them here for Jackie. Master isn't a promiscuous man. He particularly dislikes this type of ordinary woman, replied the masked man in white indifferently. That's right. If you want to pledge your allegiance, it must at least be the most beautiful woman in South City, so that it may interest him, the other man echoed. Oh, I see. Leslie was floored. Every single man from the prominent families and major forces he met was lecherous. So it was the first time he met one so chaste and virtuous like Jackie. Those who had such a strong ability to resist a temptation were the ones who really did great things. On second thought, he came from that particular force, so of course, he could resist temptations. Training from an early age allowed Jackie to turn it into a habit. Therefore, he would never waste his time on alcohol and women. After a short while, Derek returned and went to Leslie. Dad, who exactly is Jackie? He was not the only curious one, as the other members of the Davies family were curious as well after having seen how frightened Leslie was following the revelation of Jackie's identity. Leslie took a deep breath and said, "Listen up, then." What? Upon hearing it, everyone's eyes were popping out of their heads. Plop! Derek even fell to the ground with fear. Let me warn all of you, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong while helping Jackie out, lest we'll be doomed. Understood. Everyone in the Davies family nodded their heads in unison. In the evening, the Davies host a welcome dinner for Jackie at the most luxurious restaurant in South City. After the dinner, Jackie announced with a grin, "Let's go find Stone Buddha." Both Leslie and Derek froze for a moment. Is he going to take it out on Stone Buddha so soon? This is way too fast, isn't it? Let's go. Are you afraid? Jackie's lips curled into a smile. No, Jackie. This way, please. Leslie bit the bullet and showed him the way. Soon, they came to Jagged Club. Tonight's the time to change the owner here, declared Jackie as he looked at the plaque of Jagged Club and laughed arrogantly. The Protector Chapter 612. As soon as Jackie finished speaking, a bodyguard behind him suddenly rushed forward. Crack! He halved the plaque of Jagged Club with a single kick. The sight sent fear coursing through the Davies. How impudent! No one in South City had ever dared to challenge Brock like this. Jackie was seemingly set to create havoc in South City. However, as someone in his capacity, he absolutely had the right to do so. The loud noise from damaging the plaque of Jagged Club attracted a lot of attention. Swish! Hundreds of people rushed out of the underground boxing arena and surrounded Jackie and his party. The man leading the group asked coldly, "Did you damage the plaque?" "Yes, I did." Jackie grinned. "Insolent fool! How dare you? Do you know what this place is?" The group lashed out at them. They did not understand why someone actually had the nerve to cause a scene. "Here." With the prayer beads in his hand, Jackie replied with a smile, "Yes, I do. I just wanted to give this place a new owner." What? His words baffled everyone. Give this place a new owner? Doesn't that mean he wants to drive Brock away? Who does he think he is? How dare he even think of doing so? Guys, take down this group of shameless brats. Under the command of the leader, hundreds of people rushed over. Derek and Leslie were so scared that they hid behind Jackie's party. Considering that Jackie had only brought 12 men over, they could not help but wonder if he and his men could handle the group of hundreds. Not to mention that Brock also had hundreds of top fighters. Seeing hundreds of people charging at him, Jackie remained calm without even batting an eyelash. Other than the two masked experts behind him, the other 10 bodyguards stepped forward to fight. What happened next left Leslie and the others in shock. These 10 men are actually so strong that they are on the winning side, even though there are hundreds of opponents. Very soon, the hundreds of people were defeated and hid in the underground. Boxing arena. Let's go in. Jackie led everyone into the underground boxing arena. At this moment, there was a boxing match going on with a large audience. But everyone's attention was attracted by the ruckus in the arena. Thump! 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 The security guards of the underground boxing arena were seen flying through the air from outside. Then a group of people emerged. Everyone looked over. What happened? Oh no, someone's here to cause a scene. Inform Stone Buddha now. Before long, Stone Buddha was made aware of the situation, and went to the arena with all his experts. How dare you come to make trouble at my place, Leslie Davies, shouted Brock. Coldly after he recognized Leslie at a glance. Terrified, Leslie was stumped. He could not have a conversation with Brock. Meanwhile, Jackie spoke, I made him come here. Look over here. Hey! Brock was stunned. Everyone started to scrutinize Jackie. No one had expected that he was the head. Besides, he did not look like he was from South City, as he did not look familiar. Stone Buddha, they've damaged the plaque and claimed that they want to give this place a new owner, a subordinate immediately told Brock what happened. Brock took a look at Jackie. That's right, I did it. You're Brock Green, right? You've occupied this place for a long time. It's time for this place to get a new owner, he said calmly, but his words were domineering. There were really no young people in South City who had the nerve to provoke Brock. He was taken aback. This is the first time I meet such an arrogant young man. Other than the god of war, of course. He's a god, and not a man. Brock asked, feeling curious, forgive me, but may I know who you are? The Protector Chapter 613. Jackie suddenly stopped turning the prayer beads as he sneered, you're not worthy of knowing it. Such arrogance. He's pure arrogance. Brock chuckled. Young man, don't be too arrogant. More than 10 young people have died by my hands over the years. Jackie's eyes suddenly turned bright with a gleam of menace. You have 2 options now, Brock Green. The first one being you kneel before me and call me Master, the second, your death. Whoa! Everyone gasped after listening to his words. Isn't he afraid of death by challenging Brock like this? Brock laughed. A man next to him immediately shouted in anger, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of Master? Right after he finished speaking, the masked master in white next to Jackie suddenly glared at him. In an instant, he turned into a blur of motion and appeared in front of that man, raising and swinging his knife. By the time he put away his knife, he had already returned to Jackie's side. His movement was too fast to be captured by the naked eye. Everyone thought he had been standing at the same spot and never moved at all, while merely glaring at the man. Thud! A severed head fell to the ground, while blood spewed all over the place, splattering the faces of everyone around the man. Such a gruesome sight scared them out of their wits. How can he kill someone with just one look? Having seen it for the second time, Leslie and Derek were still thunderstruck. The expression on Brock turned solemn as he said, what lightning speed he has. He was one of the few people at the scene to have really seen what happened. Kneel or death, prompted Jackie. Humph! Over our dead bodies. The Beast of Death and the Wolf King showed up at that moment. Although Hades had become Levi's subordinate, Brock was still the strongest. Having these 2 experts by his side. Kill them! As soon as Jackie gave the order, the 2 masked experts rushed over. Wolf King and the Beast of Death also made their moves. The masked expert in white was much faster than the Wolf King. After they passed each other on the path, there was a slit on the latter's neck. Thud! The Wolf King collapsed to the ground and died. Meanwhile, the masked expert in black was going head-to-head with the beast of death. He got punched in the chest while he landed a punch on the beast of death. He was fine, but the latter was not as his chest suddenly exploded. Brock's two strongest experts died in an instant. The two experts who had never suffered any loss in the Eastern death matches were as fragile as glass. Gasp! At this moment, everyone was struck dumb, including the hundreds of experts behind Brock. Since the two of them can't defeat them, it's even more impossible for us to defeat them. Brock was shocked to the core. I can't afford to cross this man. May I know why do you come to South City? Brock asked calmly. A devilish smile appeared on Jackie's face. I want to be the boss of South City. I heard that you're the strongest here, so I came to you first. Gasp! Brock's breathing turned heavy. Although this man is arrogant, he has the ability to do so. I admit that I'm no match for you. But it's impossible that I'll allow you to swallow the entire South City up. Oh! Jackie was intrigued. Because South City isn't a place where you can simply cause troubles. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, or you will die, urged Brock. Ha ha ha! Jackie burst into laughter. His men followed suit. What I said is true. There's a very powerful man here in South City. Regardless of who you are, you're no match for him. The Protector Chapter 614. Brock knew about Levi. No matter what powerful background Jackie had, he would be doomed after crossing Levi. Moreover, Jackie was targeting the territory in South City, which was a behavior that the god of war hated most. They would definitely meet, and Jackie would die. All right. Who's that man? Tell me, so that I can go to him. Jackie asked with a smile. He believed no one in South City could stop him. It's better you not know. Take my advice, leave South City now. Brock urged. Again. Kill him. As a man of action, Jackie gave the order to his man, and the masked expert in white instantly turned into a blur of motion. Swoosh! With a flash of the blade, Brock slowly slumped to the ground. Before he died, he pointed at Jackie and uttered, "So you're..." Thud! Brock's body fell stiffly on the ground. Apparently, he recognized who Jackie was the moment before he died. The entire underground boxing arena was in chaos. Calm down, everyone. From now on, I'll take over here. Those who join me won't be mistreated. Jackie shouted. At your service, sir, hundreds of people shouted at the top of their lungs as they got down on their knees. After taking over Jagged Club, Jackie looked at Leslie and asked, "Who's that man?" Brock Green said. "I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in South City. I think he made it up to scare you away," replied Leslie. One of Jackie's men also said, "We've checked before coming, sir. There's no such a person." "All right, then. Let's go to our next stop, the Grand Master." Jackie's eyes were glinting with cold malice. It was definitely a night where South City was left to twist in the wind. A force that suddenly appeared first killed the Stone Buddha and then beheaded the Grand Master in a whirlwind. More than a dozen forces were instantly destroyed in a row. 27 underground boxing arenas and hundreds of territories were all taken over by Jackie. What happened this time was far more damaging than the fall of Scott's faction and Triple Group. At least, the two previous events did not affect anyone else. This time, not only were many affected, but Jackie and his party were also extremely cruel. Anyone who did not submit would be killed mercilessly. Within a short period of time, everyone was consumed by panic and fear. All the powerful families grew anxious as they were worried that troubles would come to them, and they might be the next one to die. The fact that both the big shots, Brock and the Grand Master, were killed showed just how terrifyingly strong Jackie was. Most importantly, they did not know the real identity of this force as they could not find out anything about them. Leslie and Derek were more in shock than anyone else because they followed Jackie the entire time he quelled more than a dozen forces. They even witnessed how Jackie killed Brock and the Grand Master. He's so strong. Unbelievably strong. They grew pleasantly surprised. It's such a stroke of luck that our family actually gets selected randomly by Jackie. Jackie asked the Davies to take care of the territories he had taken over, which was a huge leap forward for them in every aspect. Jackie was satisfied with his accomplishments tonight, but he was not proud, as if he had done something commonplace. Upon return, Jackie made a phone call, and respectfully said, "Master, I've wiped out the underworld of South City according to your instructions. Please give me your further instructions." "Very well. You have free rein to do whatever you want next. Just wait for me to go to South City myself," an old voice was heard saying from the other end of the line. The Protector Chapter 615. "Understood, Master. I'll definitely not let you down." Jackie was thrilled. Meanwhile, Leslie and Derek lowered their heads as if they had done something wrong, feeling horrified deep down. Someone else is coming, and it's even Jackie's master? Considering that Jackie is so strong himself, his master must be really powerful. News about what happened quickly spread the next day. Russell deliberately went to the Black family and reminded them, recently, a group of mysterious force has come to South City. Even Brock Green and the Grand Master have been killed. Be extra careful, everyone. While shocked, they made a mental note of what Russell had said. Thinking of something, Meredith could not help but say, "I have to get Zoe a bodyguard. It's so dangerous recently. I must make sure nothing happens to her." After a short pause, she added, "Moreover, having a bodyguard can also keep Levi away from Zoe." Robert smiled. "That would be killing two birds with one stone." Hesitating, Meredith said, "We can't take this matter lightly. The bodyguard must be the best in all aspects, and preferably a woman. Jenny, Logan, since the two of you know a lot of people, can you look for a suitable candidate?" Jenny flashed her a smile. "You're in good hands, Grandma. There just happened to be a good fit in our social circle recently." "Oh, really?" Meredith was taken aback. "Recently, I met a woman, who used to be a soldier and has just retired from the front line of the West. She's nicknamed Female Hades, and is said to defeat 100 opponents alone," said Jenny. "She's the one then. Hurry up and get her here." It came as a pleasant surprise for Meredith. Jenny hesitated before she replied, "The price may be a little too high, Grandma. It's a 10 million annual salary, a car, and a house. Is that all right?" Meredith cared about Zoe a lot, so she was willing to pay any price. "No problem." Shortly after, Jenny brought the female soldier over. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, she gave off a strong murderous vibe. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Black, MDM. Westbrook. My name is Silas Whitfield. I used to serve in the Special Force of Tiger Squad of the West War Zone. I've killed 277 opponents on the battlefield. Being a bodyguard is not much of a problem for me." With a sharp look on her face, Silas exuded an intimidating presence. The Blacks instantly took a fancy to her. "All right, Silas, you're hired. We have two requirements. First, keep my granddaughter safe, and second, don't let Levi Garrison get near her. Here's a photo of his," Meredith said. Silas took the photo and glanced at it before replying, "Okay, no problem. This is an easy task. I'll definitely get the job done." A look of confidence and relaxation was apparent on Silas' face. Compared to killing enemies on the battlefield, this was almost like she was taking a vacation. Although Zoe did not want to have a bodyguard, she could not do anything as Meredith had made the arrangement. The worst part was that Silas had to be with her round the clock. In other words, she would not have the chance to meet Levi. As usual, when Levi came to Zoe's office and was about to open the door to enter, he noticed a tall person who was a few centimeters shy of his height, standing outside the door. The surprising bit was that it was a woman. "You're not allowed to enter." Silas stopped him with a cold voice. "Who are you?" Levi asked in surprise. He had never seen this woman. "I'm Ms. Lopez's bodyguard," replied Silas. Levi was stunned. "Since when did Zoe get a bodyguard?" "I'm her husband. You may move aside now." Then Levi proceeded to walk inside. "No. I have another duty, which is to keep you away from Ms. Lopez." Silas stopped him right in his tracks. The Protector Chapter 616. Levi instantly understood what was going on. This was a bodyguard that the Black family had hired to keep him from interacting with Zoe. "Are you sure you can stop me?" he chuckled. Silas simply glared coldly. "I'm not even scared of fighting to the death on the battlefield, much less someone like you." She had already thought of 34 ways to get Levi under control. To her, a commoner like him had no chance against her. It was kind of a waste of her talent to send her after someone as plain as this. Levi was taken aback for a second before grinning as he asked, "Oh, you served in the army before?" "Yes." Silas nodded. "In which war zone?" He looked at Silas a little more closely and noticed the soldier-like rage that seemed to surround her like an aura. It was almost murderous. She had definitely killed enemies on the battlefield before. She must be a pro. Silas would normally not pay attention to someone like Levi. However, Meredith had commanded for her to keep him away from Zoe at all costs. Silas decided to get rid of him once and for all so she could worry about one less thing. "Well, I just defeated the Tiger Squad of the West War Zone about a month ago. In my 3 years as a soldier, I've killed 277 people." As Silas bragged about her body count, her eyes glinted murderously. She wanted to scare the wits out of Levi. She hadn't expected for him to be completely undeterred. Levi asked, "Oh, you're one of that little punk Ezra's soldiers?" When Silas heard him say Chief Williamson's name, she was surprised. "He knows Chief Williamson?" Chief Williamson was the commander-in-chief of the West War Zone. He was an idol to many soldiers of the West, second only to the god of war. But most commoners wouldn't even know of Chief Williamson's power. The West War Zone was on the front lines, after all. How could someone in South City know about him? Wait, what did he just call Chief Williamson? Little punk? Once she finally came to her senses, Silas was practically radiating anger. She was pissed. How could he call Chief Williamson a little punk so casually? How rude! Silas glared at Levi as if she wanted to wring the life from him. "What did you just call Chief Williamson? A little punk?" "Why?" Levi answered nonchalantly. He had been the one to personally train Ezra and send the latter to the West after all. "Is it wrong for me to call him a little punk?" To Silas, however, it became extremely disrespectful. How dare Levi insult the invincible war god of the West? He had to die. How dare you treat him with such disrespect? Apologize immediately. Silas roared. Levi frowned. "What did I do? Why should I apologize? You insulted Chief Williamson." You have no right to call someone like him a little punk. Apologize now. Silas pressed on. Levi scoffed coldly. Even if Ezra were right in front of me, I'd still call him a little punk. In fact, he'd be perfectly happy about it, so who are you to stop me? Levi was practically Ezra's master and role model. With just one word, Ezra would destroy entire villages and burn down forests for Levi. If he called Ezra a little punk to his face, the latter would be happy for the rest of the week, probably. Silas was just getting angrier and angrier. I've already left the army and no longer wish to have any blood on my hands, so don't push me. Are you going to apologize? Silas asked in a low voice. Levi was already dead in her eyes. Levi just chuckled. I did nothing wrong, so no. I won't. He was feeling speechless. Ezra was pretty good if he could create such an amazing female soldier. She'd have been even more amazing if she could use her brain properly, though. Since he dared to call Ezra a little punk, shouldn't she have figured out his relationship with Ezra? The Protector Chapter 617. Okay. You've brought this upon yourself, Silas said coldly. She wasn't going to hold back anymore. Despite the small space they were in, Silas suddenly raised her slender right leg. Swiftly. At a speed like lightning and with the force of thunder, she aimed at Levi's face. Everything Silas had trained for in the army was to kill. If she acted, then it was to kill. With this one kick, Levi would probably suffer at least a broken nose, if not a completely ruined face. He'd definitely have to lie in the hospital for a couple months. You're asking for it. Levi roared. He was angry too. Right as the kick was about to land, Zoe's voice suddenly cried out, no. Zoe had opened the door. Silas' foot stopped in midair, barely a centimeter away from the tip of Levi's nose. Levi looked unruffled. Silas, he's my husband. I forbid you from hurting him. Zoe was trembling in fear. Silas put her leg down and looked at Levi, her expression icy. I'll forgive you just this once. If this happens again, I won't hold back. Levi grinned. Zoe. You saved her. Levi was really about to fight back just now. Sadly, Zoe had appeared in the nick of time. You, Silas was furious. You were the one in danger just now. How dare you say she saved me? I hate you. No wonder everyone in the Black family hated him and wanted to keep him away from Zoe. You're not allowed to meet Ms. Lopez anymore. If you do, I'll kill you on sight. Silas warned. Zoe gestured for Levi to leave, indicating that she'd take care of Silas. After Levi left, Silas finally calmed down. She suddenly thought of something. How did he know about Chief Williamson? Why did he have the guts to call Chief Williamson a little punk? He didn't seem like he was doing it spitefully either. In fact, it seemed like he was simply doing it out of habit. Could he be someone important? That's impossible. Why would someone with the power to call Chief Williamson a little punk be working in a plain old company? As a guard, no less. That was truly impossible. He was probably just some military nerd. It wasn't hard for someone like that to know so much about the military. Levi, was it? I won't forget you. One day, I'll really teach you a lesson. Silas was as short-tempered as they come, and she really couldn't stand Levi. Of course, Levi couldn't care less about someone like Silas. She was strong, but she wouldn't have expected for Levi to plant a bodyguard by Zoe's side. He had let Hades go at first so that he could use the man to protect Zoe. Hades was practically the perfect candidate for it. After all, he was almost a god of war himself. Silas had never guessed that there was a pair of eyes in the shadows, watching her every move. She didn't feel a single thing. Levi was just logistics support, so he didn't have much to do. He went to Kiran and Azure Dragon's residence. Did you hear about what happened yesterday? Azure Dragon asked. What? Levi asked, genuinely confused. Brock Green and the Grandmaster are dead. Some crazy powerful group just arrived in South City and killed the Beast of Death and the Wolf King in mere seconds. They've already taken care of most of the underworld and the underground boxing rings, who have been lying low since then, Azure Dragon answered. What? Levi's eyes flashed coldly at the news. Who dares act so brashly on my territory? Whoever they are, they're probably after South City. They might be after Oriental Star Group next. Do you think Ms. Lopez needs guards to protect her? Azure Dragon asked. I'd like to see who dares to even touch a hair on her head. Levi bellowed. The Protector Chapter 618. Azure Dragon automatically offered, should I go and protect Ms. Lopez? There's no need to worry about her safety, Levi answered. With Hades protecting her, she was as safe as she could be. Even though El Nation was destroyed, Hades was still as powerful. He wasn't someone to mess with. Who could it be? Wasn't what happened to the Caesar family bad enough? Who would dare to come after that? Levi asked. Azure Dragon shrugged. I've already sent someone to investigate. They're unidentified as of now, but we know for sure that they're the strongest people that have ever challenged us. The fact that they could destroy South City's underground in one night is enough proof. I don't care who they are. As long as they're a threat to this city, I won't let them go, Levi announced coldly. Since Levi was there, Tim and the others didn't care too much about this new group of threats. They knew no one could cause any trouble with him around. While the other well-known families of South City investigated Jackie Lawson's identity, the Davies family was having a field day. Naturally, they'd be in charge of all the businesses that had been affected. They could earn a pretty penny from all that. This left a smile on Leslie's face for the rest of the week. He had sworn allegiance to Jackie till death. Jackie asked, the Oriental Star Group is doing pretty well these days, hey? I've done some research on them. Their boss's name is Zoe Lopez. Apart from having the Black family behind her, there's nothing else to her name. Why does the whole of South City just watch her gobble up the market like it's no big deal? Leslie wondered. It's all thanks to Morris Group. The families of South City are mostly terrified of Morris Group, who have her back at all times. Jackie chuckled. Even though they weren't from Quebec, he knew more than Leslie did. Through their research, it was highly likely Morris Group destroyed Scott Yates and Triple Group. Is Morris Group really that powerful? Leslie asked. Of course. Not only is their boss completely mysterious, but there are also a bunch of hidden talents in there. They have a super powerful professional among their guards who defeated Scott Yates' 4 mighty generals, Jackie said. You know my master came to South City just to get rid of Morris Group, right? Quebec is simply too irresistible. Jackie said, his face full of greed. Leslie inhaled sharply at that. Wasn't that a bit too greedy? Jackie wanted South City, but his master wanted the whole of Quebec. Leslie asked, what do we need to do to help? The Davies will definitely give. They're all to help. I won't touch Morris Group for now. As for Oriental Star Group and the other big families of South City, I want them all. A cold glint flashed across Jackie's eyes. Leslie asked in a shaky voice, are we also gonna kill our way to the top like we did last night? Jackie suddenly laughed. Nope. These are a completely different breed of people we're talking about here. We could defeat the likes of Brock Green and the Underworld clubs through brute force, but these are all high-class wolves in suits. If we kill even just one or two of them, there'll be an uproar. South City will really go after me then. Then what should be our course of action? Leslie asked. Jackie smiled sinisterly. We fight fire with fire. I'd love to meet the boss of Oriental Star Group. Let's invite her over. In fact, let's do it tonight. Leslie couldn't help but ask, what if she doesn't want to come? Right as the words left his mouth, Leslie regretted speaking. He felt a cold glare sweep across him, freezing him to the spot. The Protector Chapter 619. As expected, Jackie was already staring at him with icy eyes. That's your problem. I want to see her tonight, that'll be my problem. Understood. I'm sorry, I promise I'll do exactly as you asked. Leslie said, hurriedly pressing his forehead to the floor in a deep bow. Jackie's meaning was clear enough. No matter how, he wanted to meet Zoe that very night. If you can't even get this done, then you'd better start thinking of your last words, Jackie said mildly. The moment he left, Leslie wiped off his cold sweat with the back of his hand. He nearly died in there. He couldn't risk making that mistake again. You, get this done. Leslie passed the baton to Derek. To him, it was way too embarrassing for him to personally invite someone over. Of course. Don't worry, Father, I'll be sure to prove myself to Jackie. Derek smiled. The Triple Group's building had been renamed under Oriental Star Group. In Zoe's office, the secretary reported, Ms. Lopez, someone who claims to be Derek Davies is asking to see you. Bring him in. Zoe nodded. Recently, a number of South City's family business representatives visited her. She hadn't turned anyone down yet. Soon enough, Derek and the others reached the reception area. You're Ms. Zoe Lopez? Derek asked snidely. To Derek, there was no one in South City who he couldn't afford to mess with. He had always been straightforward and cocky. Yes. May I know what you're here for? Zoe already didn't like his tone very much. My master wants you to join us for dinner tonight. I'm just here to pass on the message. I'll send someone over to pick you up later tonight. Derek clearly didn't care about whether Zoe agreed or disagreed. Get ready. I'll be back to pick you up in a while. After that, he turned to leave. Hold it right there, Zoe said in a crisp voice. What? Who is this master you're speaking of? Zoe asked. You'll know tonight. Either way, he's way more respectable than you can even imagine. Just listen to whatever he says. Derek had just finished speaking when Zoe called out, send him off. What's that supposed to mean? He asked in disbelief. Sorry. I don't accept invitations from strangers, Zoe declined. Derek laughed. Zoe Lopez, I'll have you know that you may turn down everyone else in South City, but this will be the one person you aren't allowed to decline. In fact, there's no reason for you to do so. Jackie had already killed Brock Green. Who would dare to turn him down? Then why don't you tell me who he is? Zoe was already clearly furious. His identity is to be kept secret, so you'll only know when you see him. If you turn him down, you'll really regret it. Do you know how Brock Green and the Grandmaster died last night? My master killed both of them. Derek announced. Proudly. That's not a reason. Send him away. Zoe commanded. The guards forced Derek out of Oriental Star Group. I wasn't done. Derek screeched urgently. What do we do now? That woman clearly isn't willing to do this the nice way. One of his subordinates asked. If she won't play nice, we won't either. Once she gets off work, we'll bring her back by force. Derek chuckled. Jackie already told us he wanted to see her, no matter what. Understood. We'll keep watch right here, his subordinates replied. The Protector Chapter 620. Zoe got off work right at 7 p.m. She dragged her exhausted body out of the building. She was supposed to work overtime, but the Black family was worried about her safety and demanded that she work at home. Not far off, two of Derek's subordinates were preparing to attack after spotting her walking out of the building. Slow down. It's not a good idea to attack her here. We'll wait until she's almost home, Derek said. They had no idea that their every move was under someone else's control right now. Levi knew everything that was going on. Despite that, he wasn't the least bit worried. Very soon, the chauffeur drove out. Silas followed Zoe into the car. Derek instantly followed them. The Black family manor was in a rather secluded area, so there weren't many cars on the way to the manor. Suddenly, the driver stepped on the brakes. The road before them was blocked by a few cars. A few people stepped out of the cars. Derek knocked on the window with a wide grin. Ms. Lopez, would you so kindly follow me? I'd like if you could follow me willingly. If not, I'll have to use force. There were over 10 people behind him. With just one command, they would kick the door down and drag her away. Zoe simply frowned stubbornly. No. I don't accept invitations from strangers. Okay, I see how it is. Do you really think you're some big shot now? Jackie asked. Me to invite you because he respects you. Don't let that get to your head, you. B*TCH. I'll ask you one last time, are you going or not? Derek roared. No. I won't go. Zoe turned him down firmly once again. Okay, you asked for it. Derek was just about to bark a command. Bang! The other door suddenly swung open. A 6-foot-tall woman got off the car, surrounded by a strong aura. Slam! Silas's face remained emotionless as she swung a kick toward Derek's head. He immediately got thrown backward, slamming into one of their cars. Kill that B*TCH! Derek roared. All of his subordinates rushed toward them, roaring. Slam! Slap! Bang! In less than a minute, everyone was lying on the floor and moaning in pain. All of his subordinates were skilled fighters, but they had unfortunately met a soldier who had just left the squad. They couldn't even compete with her. Screw off. If anyone else comes to mess with Ms. Lopez again, I'll kill them. Silas warned coldly. Derek was on the verge of tears. How is this woman so good at fighting? At the other side of town, in the Davies family's restaurant, Jackie sat down at a prepared table as the family members crowded around him. He lazily asked, "It's already 8 p.m. Is she here yet?" Leslie started to panic. Where is Derek? He'd been gone for half the day now. Is he unable to do even such a simple thing? What are you doing here? I asked you to bring her over, didn't I? Jackie asked. Coldly at the sight of Leslie, who practically wet himself after being called out. I sent my son to do it. I had to stay behind and make sure all your demands were met, right? In case anything happened, Leslie stammered. I said 8 p.m., didn't I? She's 3 minutes late. What's up with that? Do you just not give a sh*t about whatever I told you? Jackie started raising his voice, causing Leslie to fall to his knees. I'll immediately ask for their whereabouts. Leslie instantly placed the call. You piece of trash, where are you? Where is Zoe Lopez? Leslie bellowed. Things aren't looking good. Zoe has a super strong female bodyguard that beat all of us. What? She beat all of you? Leslie said in shock. What's the problem? Jackie asked coldly. The Protector Chapter 621. Zoe turned you down, Jackie. She even let her bodyguard beat them up. Leslie replied. How dare she? Jackie roared, his eyes glinting murderously. No one should have the guts to turn me down. Whoever turns me down is already a dead person in my book. Jackie said furiously. At that very moment, Derek returned with his subordinates. They all sported black eyes, split lips, and a multitude of bruises and injuries. Derek instantly collapsed in a bow in front of Jackie and cried out, You have to help us. Tell me everything that happened. Jackie's face was as dark as coal. We went to invite Zoe over on your behalf, but she was incredibly disrespectful. When I brought up your name, she even swore at you. We were about to use force when her bodyguard beat us all up. Derek took some liberties with his storytelling. Jackie couldn't care less about how true the story was. From that, he understood Zoe had turned him down and beat his subordinates up. This was a clear slap to his face. You're all garbage. You can't even bring one person to me. What do I keep you all around for? Jackie roared in anger. He hadn't thought that he'd need to personally step out for something like this. Leslie was terrified. Jackie changed the topic. Still, there's no one on earth that I can't invite. He looked at Leslie. Go and tell Zoe Lopez that she has to come bow before me before tonight ends. If not, they'll all end up like Brock Green. Understood. Soon enough, Leslie arrived at the Black family manor. By now, everyone knew Leslie was one of the puppets of the mysterious force that had taken over South City. They were terrified at the mere sight of him. What are you here for, Mr. Davies? Bailey asked respectfully. Bring Zoe Lopez out right now. Leslie commanded in a cold voice. Very quickly, Zoe walked out of the house with Silas by her side. Zoe, this is your last warning. Jackie demanded for you to go and kneel before him by tonight, or else all of you will suffer the same fate as Brock Green. After that, Leslie left. Who's Jackie? In fact, what happened to Brock? Zoe asked, confused. Zoe, you're in big trouble. After Meredith and the others told Zoe what was going on, her expression changed to one of terror. She hadn't known that her mysterious inviter was such a terrifying person. The Blacks were all incredibly worried. They had purposely invited Silas to be Zoe's bodyguard so they could prevent her from getting in danger. They hadn't expected her to really cause trouble. What should we do? Bailey asked. Zoe said firmly, I'm not going. I don't even know him. Why would I go? Silas nodded. That's right. I'm on Ms. Lopez's side. With me here, no one can hurt her, anyway. Bailey instantly rebutted, it's no longer about whether you go. You have to go. Jackie is much too strong. He killed people as strong as Brock and the Grandmaster. If you don't go, we'll all be in big trouble. Russell asked, if she goes, won't she be in danger? No, of course not. Jackie purposely invited her. If he really wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have sent someone over to invite her. He would have just snatched and killed her, Pamela mused. They all saw sense in that. Meredith said, Zoe, you should go. Do it for the sake of the family. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Grandma, Zoe was finally wavering. She's not going. A voice suddenly rang out. The Protector Chapter 622. Levi had arrived. He scoffed coldly, if he wants to invite her, then he should come to beg for himself. They became outraged at his comment. What are you saying, Levi? You better not let Jackie hear you. If not, you'll die a really painful death. What are you even here for? You and Zoe are already divorced. You have no right to boss her around. The Black family members glared at Levi, their gaze full of hatred. Levi smirked, I have no right? Have you forgotten that we're still business partners? Since this has to do with Zoe's safety, of course I have to butt in. When she saw Levi, Zoe became much more at ease. However, Meredith glared at Silas. Didn't I tell you not to let Levi near Zoe? Get rid of him. While you're at it, you can really prove yourself to us. Meredith just wanted to use Silas to teach Levi a lesson. She wanted him to stay far away from her granddaughter. Grandma, I'll go, all right? Don't bother Levi. Zoe finally agreed. Only then did Meredith relax. Okay. Go, quickly. Silas, follow her. If anything happens, let me know. After they walked outside, Levi called out, You're not going. Silas looked at Levi before saying, Ms. Lopez, I might hate his guts, but he's right. You can't go. Okay, I'll listen to you too, Zoe said with a nod. The three of them booked a hotel room to stay in for the night. Back at the Davies family, Jackie and the others were still working. Jackie, I've already told her to come. Even if she doesn't want to come, the Black family will still force her to come. In fact, they just called to say that she's on her way. Leslie reported with a smile. Jackie nodded, satisfied. Looks like the Black family knows their stuff. Leslie and some others chuckled. You really broke records with what you did last night. Now, the entire South City is scared of you. Is that so? Now we wait. Jackie closed his eyes to rest them for a bit. At 10 p.m., the doors remained closed. It stayed the same at 11 p.m. At midnight, Jackie's eyes shot open. Where is she? He asked coldly. She has yet to arrive, Leslie reported, bowing his head. He had set up some people on watch nearby, but they hadn't spotted Zoe at all. Would you like me to ask the Black family? Leslie asked cautiously. There's no need. She's not coming, Jackie said with a chuckle. Leslie, Derek, and the others waited with bated breath around him. Despite his chuckle, he was actually furious. This was already 2 huge slaps to the face. He couldn't just take that lying down. She clearly doesn't give a sh*t about me. Oh, well, I still refuse to believe that I can't force her to come. Jackie said with a sinister smile. I'll slowly force you out of your little hiding spot. Jackie continued chuckling darkly to himself. Clearly, he already had a plan. Besides, his master wasn't here yet, so he could take his time. Nothing happened the whole night. The Black family were under the impression that Zoe had really gone to Jackie. The next day, she arrived at her office and spotted a gift box on her desk. Who is this from? Zoe asked. I don't know, Ms. Lopez. It's been here since just now, her secretary replied, just as confused. Open it and check, Zoe said. The secretary seemed a little nervous, not daring to open it up. I'll do it. Silas stepped forward and opened the box. Oh! The moment the box opened, Zoe and Silas immediately went pale in terror. Thump! The secretary, who was in no way as brave as the others, collapsed on the ground in a dead faint. The Protector Chapter 623. The reason behind that was simple. The box contained 10 fingers that had been chopped off, and they were still oozing blood at the time. If Zoe wasn't mentally strong, she would have passed out right then and there. Silas, on the other hand, remained calm. I'll go deal with this. Don't worry, promised Silas before she took the box away. and took the secretary to the infirmary. "Ms. Lopez, this is obviously their doing," claimed Silas with a grim expression. She had thought that her job as a security guard would be simple, never would. She expected to encounter something that serious on her first day. That was fine for her, though, because it would have been too boring otherwise. "Ms. Lopez, should I go deal with the perpetrator?" asked Silas. Silas was a warrior, so she was fearless. "No, you can't go." The phone in the office rang at that moment, and Zoe went to pick it up. The unfamiliar voice of a man came through. "Is this Ms. Zoe Lopez?" "Yes, and who are you?" asked Zoe. "Ms. Lopez is so forgetful. I sent an invitation twice yesterday, and you've already forgotten about me. I am Jackie Lawson. Remember that?" "You," growled Zoe as an icy expression settled on her face. "By the way, Ms. Lopez, have you received my gift? Do you like it?" asked Jackie. Before he chuckled aloud. "Are you threatening me?" "Well, too bad, because I am not afraid," replied Zoe coolly. "Ms. Lopez is so imposing. You are the first person who ever dared reject my request, and I admire that. However, I will be giving you a gift every day from now on. Please look forward to it." Beep. 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 Jackie hung up immediately after. Zoe sighed a long breath of relief. She was eerily pale at the time, and she'd be lying if she said that she wasn't afraid. "A gift every day? I got bloody fingers today, so what's next? An arm? A leg? Or maybe even a human head?" When Zoe thought about that, her breathing became uneven, and she was so terrified that all the color drained from her face. It seemed that she had gotten herself into a heap of trouble. "Silas, should I just go to him? We can't let this go on." Zoe was already starting to raise her white flag. She was worried about making a bigger mess if she persisted. "Ms. Lopez, something terrible happened," said an employee suddenly as he rushed in nervously. "What's wrong?" asked Zoe. "Someone just discovered Barry from the sanitization department on the washroom floor. All 10 of his fingers were chopped off." "What?" Boom. Zoe's mind went blank, and even Silas looked affected. "So the gift I just received. Seems like they had already looked into everyone close to me, and they might target anyone. Barry of the sanitization department is the victim of the day. My secretary might be the next victim, and members of the Black family might be targeted as well." Zoe was devastated when she thought about that possibility. She felt out of breath. That was when Meredith called her suddenly. "Zoe, did you not go to the Davies family residence yesterday?" asked Meredith anxiously. "No, I didn't, Grandma," replied Zoe honestly. "Ah, you've made a huge mess this time, young lady. A handful of the Black family's maids went missing today, and we still can't reach them," informed Meredith, who sounded worried. "You know what? Find a way and go clean up the mess you've made, or we might be the ones who go missing next," urged Meredith. Boom. Zoe was on the verge of breaking down. That was just the first day, and her family might be the ones getting hurt in the following days. "What do I do?" 2 streams of tears rolled down Zoe's cheeks silently. The Protector Chapter 624. "Ms. Lopez, I will go deal with them right away," growled Silas angrily. Zoe shook her head and replied, "That won't do. They are operating from the shadows while we are wide open." Silas was stumped. She could deal with anything if it were all laid out in plain sight, but she was not good at dealing with schemes and hidden traps. "Then what should we do?" asked Silas, who felt a headache coming. That was only their first day. Zoe calmed her employees down and sent the injured to the hospital, but she was getting more and more worried. An invisible threat was looming over her head, and she was in a position where she couldn't do anything even though she knew that she was in danger. I should have listened to Grandma last night and dropped by the Davies family residence, murmured Zoe, who was starting to regret her decision. She didn't realize that rejecting a simple invitation would bring about a problem that big. Even Silas couldn't help but bite her lip a little. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively and caused such a mess. At the Davies family's residence. The Black family is in a mess now, Jackie, and the people at Oriental Star Group are terrified as well, informed Derek with a smile. Jackie grinned evilly. That's what I was aiming for. Zoe Lopez rejected my offer. In return, I shall make her live in fear for the rest of her life. Leslie laughed aloud and said, "Ha, rejecting Jackie Lawson. That woman doesn't know what's good for her." Jackie laughed as well. Honestly though, I am curious about the kind of woman who dares to go against me. I have a photo of her, Jackie. Here, said Derek as he showed Jackie a few photos of Zoe. Hey! Jackie's eyes glowed when he saw Zoe's photos. He grinned as he examined the photo closely, and it seemed like he was extremely excited about it. Jackie's reaction surprised even the two fighting experts standing beside him. One of the fighters wore a black mask while the other wore a white mask. Master has never been lustful, nor has he ever been attracted by any women. Why is he acting strange this time? Did he see someone exotic? She is stunning, murmured Jackie. Ever since Jackie was a kid, his master had been telling him that women and gambling were things that he cannot get close to. His master claimed that they would affect his future and that Jackie was destined to be great. That was why Jackie had always been strict with his private life, and he had only ever been with a few women. He would only be with those who truly captivated him and would ignore the rest. It was obvious that Zoe had captivated Jackie. He instantly changed his plan and decided that he wouldn't keep threatening or scaring Zoe. Instead, he would make her become his. One look at Jackie's expression, and Leslie knew just what the former was thinking. Leslie immediately said, "Don't worry, Jackie. I will have that woman delivered to your bed tonight." Jackie shifted his gaze to Leslie and glared, "I have lost faith in you too, so you will not carry out this mission." Leslie and Derek both have their heads down. Spread the news in the underworld. Anyone who can deliver Zoe Lopez over to me tonight will receive 10 territories and 2 underground gambling centers. Ordered Jackie. Understood. The entire underworld of South City stirred upon receiving that news. 10 territories and 2 underground gambling centers? For people of underworld, the offer was simply too alluring. Whoever gets their hands on the reward would be turned into a major player in the underworld of South City, and they would be entitled to receive Jackie's protection. That was the kind of privilege that would tempt others to kill even the Grandmaster and Brock Green. The entire underworld was plunged into chaos. Over thousands of people were persuaded, and everyone wanted to personally hand Zoe over to Jackie. Naturally, Zoe was unaware of the fact that every criminal in South City had their eyes on her. The Protector Chapter 625. The building where Zoe's office was located, in particular, had a lot of random strangers showing up. Everything about Zoe was learned and shared in real time. Over 1,000 men had their eyes on her. Leslie couldn't help but admire Jackie's strategy. Jackie got the entire underworld to work for him, so neither he nor his subordinate needed to show up. That kept Jackie's identity a secret. He's good, really good. I've also learned that Zoe is still a virgin, even though she has been married for over 6 years. Her husband never slept with her, shared Derek. Jackie tapped on Derek's shoulder in appreciation after hearing that. Good, that is great news. I wouldn't have minded if she is married, but it's even better if she's a virgin. Tonight is destined to be a beautiful night. Derek, go get the room ready, said Jackie. Leslie immediately chimed in, Jackie, I promise that you will have a great time tonight. Ha ha ha. The men all laughed aloud. Night fell soon after, and the entire city fell into darkness. Zoe and Silas realized that the parking lot was empty when they walked out of the elevator. A chill ambushed them and made them shiver. Silas had her guard up as she scanned her surroundings. She sensed that something was off. Ms. Lopez, please get in the car before me, instructed Silas sternly. Her instinct told her that they were not alone. Zoe got into the car obediently and urged, Silas, hurry and get into the car too. Let's leave as quickly as possible. It's too late for that, replied Silas. She had just finished speaking when shadows jumped out of every corner of the parking lot. Bang! 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 A number of cars stopped simultaneously, and a handful of men got out of each car. There were at least a few hundred men, and they surrounded the two women. What is going on? Blurted Zoe, who was scared witless. She had never seen anything like that before, so she fished out her phone to ask for help. However, she soon realized that her phone couldn't receive any signals. A fierce-looking hooligan rushed over at that moment. Silas stood her ground, like a mountain of cold steel. F***ck off. We only want Zoe Lopez, and bystanders can leave, barked the leader cruelly. You will have to get through me to get to Ms. Lopez, scoffed Silas, whose eyes shone with determination. Attack! Over hundreds of men rushed over, and they seemed as overwhelming as a tsunami. Silas growled and faced them head-on. Silas was a female warrior who had fought on the battlefield, after all, so she was ridiculously powerful. Her skilled battle techniques shone through as soon as she started fighting. She was so good that she knocked over a dozen men down with a single hit. Silas was ruthless, and she showed no mercy, so the experts from the underworld couldn't even get close to her. A few minutes later, Silas knocked over 50 men down. Seeing that got the others to fear her a little. Boys, we will be rewarded with 10 territories and 2 gambling centers if we capture Zoe Lopez. Attack now. She is but a woman, and she can't keep up no matter how strong she is. Someone had shouted from the crowd, and that inspired the men to push forward. As if they had been drugged with a serum that gave them courage. Silas was the obstacle in their quest to getting rich, and everyone wanted to destroy her. Even though Silas was strong, there were simply too many against her. With hundreds of men attacking simultaneously, she was slowly but surely pushed back. Bang! Someone finally landed a kick on Silas. Silas forced herself to stand up, despite having over a dozen cuts on her. Kill her! A few men had a dagger with them, and they rushed over. Silas' life was on the line. Zoe wanted to get out of the car and save Silas, but she didn't even have the time to do so. All she could do was watch. The Protector Chapter 626. Boom! At that crucial moment, a force that could rival that of an insanely aggressive tornado flew over, and the men who were about to kill Silas were forced to back away. Thud! 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 A series of pained moans could be heard after that. Over a dozen men lost their ability to fight within those few nanoseconds. All Zoe and Silas saw was a dark shadow showing up in front of them. The shadow was none other than Hades. Levi's order for Hades was that he must protect Zoe, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. As such, his mission was to destroy every single person in front of him. Hades attacked. He was like a leopard dashing towards his prey. Hades had a reputation of having killed over 1,000 men, and he was a country's god of war. Compared to the soldiers in the army, the underworld hooligans were nothing but sniveling babies. When Hades fought, he made others feel as if they had somehow fallen into the cruelest and deepest pit of hell. It only took him about 10 minutes to crush everyone and get them to moan in pain on the floor. No one was left standing. Both Zoe and Silas were stupefied. He is too powerful. He just crushed over 100 men in mere minutes? After dealing with the men, Hades walked over to Silas and spoke in pieces. It was like he was a foreigner who was struggling to speak their language. I hear no one hurt Ms. Lopez. Hades left after saying his piece with a heavy accent and terrible grammar. Brock Green's old comrades and over 100 other experts had surrendered. As soon as they saw Hades, they didn't realize that Zoe was protected by a man that powerful. In short, anyone who knew Hades had backed away out of fear. Hades had, in effect, destroyed the entire underworld all on his own. That was precisely why Levi had assigned the task of keeping Zoe safe to Hades. Both Zoe and Silas were surprised. Zoe, in particular, was utterly speechless. Someone else is protecting me? Someone that powerful, no less. His accent. He has to be from a foreign country. What? Shouted Jackie, who soon received the news. Zoe Lopez's bodyguard crushed over hundreds of men on his own? And everyone who went was defeated. Jackie's eyes bulged so much that it seemed like they were about to pop out of his sockets. Everyone was in shock. They knew that the man had, in effect, destroyed the underworld of South City. Derek immediately added, Zoe's personal bodyguard is too powerful, Jackie. Looks like I've underestimated her. No wonder she dared to reject my offer. Turns out she had something up her sleeves, mused Jackie. Seems like my investigation on Zoe isn't detailed enough. How about I look into her bodyguard as well? Asked Leslie. That won't be necessary. I refuse to believe that there is someone out there that I can't get my hands on, replied Jackie as he shook his head. After that, he added, Hey, you two. Jackie turned to the two men wearing masks. We're listening, Master, replied the two men while standing up straight. Go and get Zoe over for me and kill anyone who gets in your way, barked Jackie coldly. We promise to accomplish our mission, Master. Leslie and the others drew a sharp breath. They're both going? Isn't that a little too much? Leslie and the others had only ever witnessed those two masked men working twice. The men were weird, and they moved like they were performing a magic show. One glare could literally kill someone, and a single touch could pulverize their victims. No one can stop them. Jackie laughed aloud. Who would have thought that I'd find someone that powerful in South City? Jackie, isn't it a little too over the top to send both men in? Asked Leslie, who thought that sending in one of them was sufficient. That is why you can't get anything done right. I want to be 100% sure that this is done right, shouted Jackie as he glared over. Understood. Thank you for teaching me a lesson, Jackie, replied Leslie. Meanwhile, the two fighting experts with their masks on had arrived at the Black family's manor. Let's just kill everyone in there, suggested the man in the white mask as his eyes shimmered with cruelty. The Protector Chapter 627. Sure. Just as the two experts were about to walk in, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. Or, to be more accurate, two shadows showed up. One of the men was hiding behind the other guy and was taking his time to reveal himself. He had a cigarette between his lips, and the glow at the end of his cigarette was especially bright in the dark. That man was none other than Levi Garrison. Barging into my territory, are we? Seems to me you have a death wish, said Levi softly. The two masked experts turned to one another before they attacked. The one with the white mask specialized in speed, and he could kill without anyone seeing. His speed was so incredible that he could trick the naked eye. Zib! The man showed up in front of Levi in an instant, and the sharp dagger he had with him exuded a horrifying aura. The white-masked man was simply too fast. If anyone else was around, they would see that he was still standing in his original position. The fact, however, was that he was already standing in front of Levi. Swish! The dagger seemed to be engulfed in a murderous aura. The white-masked man was confident that he could kill Levi, but another man suddenly showed up in front of him. A huge shadow loomed over the white-masked man and blurred his vision. "What the hell?" blurted the white-masked man as his expression changed sharply. He couldn't believe that someone could actually keep up with him. A sense of danger encompassed the white-masked man at the very next second. Bang! His chest was punched hard, and his organs were instantly crushed. His bones also shattered. He was flying wildly like a kite with a broken string as he flew backward. Naturally, the one who attacked was Hades. The other expert, the black-masked man, was stunned. He immediately rushed over and threw a merciless punch at Hades. The black-masked man was strong, and his strength had never met its match before. The black-masked man had once crushed a marble table and the beast of death with a single touch. He could do that because he mastered the ancient arts of Qi, which was a traditional fighting technique thought to be mythical. The ancient arts of Qi could shatter anything the hand touched, and a human body would crumble when hit. Despite that, Hades never avoided or backed away from that attack. Instead, he used the same technique and threw his punch at a similar angle. Bang! The two fists met, and the booming sound of thunder was heard. Irk! The black-masked man fell backward. He spat blood at the very next second. Crack! Half of his mask even broke off. Levi clapped his hand when he saw that. He praised, not bad at all. I made the right decision keeping you around all those years ago. White Tiger and the others no longer need to come all the way over to solve the issue. I am glad to be of service, replied Hades, who looked like he was truly glad to have received the compliment. Levi and Hades walked forward. Hades tore the white mask off of the other expert as well. That was when they saw that the masked men had the word slave carved on both their faces. At that moment, both men were trembling in fear. Turned out, Brock Green was right. There was a being in South City that they could not afford to offend. At the Davies family's residence. The two of them had been gone for so long. Nothing bad could have happened to them, could it? Murmured Leslie, who seemed a little nervous and worried. Pfft, that is not possible. Those two are my master's slaves. One of them has been learning the ancient arts of Qi ever since he was a kid, while the other trained his speed with a leopard. They have reached a level that you cannot even imagine, so they couldn't have possibly failed, bragged Jackie as he grinned proudly. That was why he brought those two to South City. He was confident that they were strong enough to deal with anything. I'm glad to hear that, said Leslie, even though his heart was still thumping with anxiety. My guess is that they are busy killing everyone. Given their style, it is likely that the Black family will go extinct tonight, said Jackie as he smiled. His eyes burned with a hint of lust, and it seemed like he couldn't wait to meet Zoe. Leslie gasped upon hearing that. Is that so, asked a voice that suddenly rang from the other side of the door. Bang! Bang! 2 corpses were tossed into the room at the same time. The Protector Chapter 628. Jackie, Leslie, and the others were stunned when their gaze fell upon the 2 corpses. Aren't these my master's slaves? How did they die? Jackie's eyes shone with surprise and confusion, while Leslie's jaw dropped so far that an egg could hatch between his lips. Both experts were annihilated. How is that possible? Both men were the ones who crushed Brock Green's illegal boxing match and had the entire underworld of South City on its knees. Their strengths were practically godlike, and their techniques were like magic. How did they die? And no, tell me this isn't true, demanded Jackie with a look of mania in his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Those 2 slaves had been with him ever since they were kids, and they had killed countless experts. They had never been defeated before, but they died that day. Jackie simply couldn't believe it. What kind of monster is capable of killing them? Tap! 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 A series of footsteps sounded, and Levi and Hades showed up. Who are you? Asked Jackie in surprise. We're the ones who have come to kill you, answered Levi calmly. Zip! 10 men, all of which were Jackie's bodyguards, hurried over to protect him. Die! Hades attacked. All 10 men fell to the floor soon after, and the other men were utterly flabbergasted. Leslie and Derek had become so terrified that they knelt on the ground. They realized that they had offended someone they should never have bothered. Jackie, however, couldn't adapt to the new situation. He stared blankly at Levi and asked, "Who are you?" "Fine, let me help you understand why you must die. Zoe Lopez is my wife, and South City is under my protection. Anything I say goes. You killed in my territory. And that is nothing less than an invitation to death," replied Levi. Boom! Jackie felt like he had been struck by lightning after hearing what Levi said. Jackie remembered what Brock said just before he died. Brock talked about a being in South City that could not be defeated and warned Jackie to flee as quickly as possible or he would die. Looks like this is the guy Brock warned me about. And he is Zoe Lopez's husband. Jackie had calmed down by then, and he looked serene when he grinned. You truly are strong. My useless subordinates must have made a fool of themselves in front of you. May I know more about your identity? Asked Jackie. Levi grinned. Looks like this man is skilled in his own way. He can stay calm despite having death looming over him. No wonder Brock and the others are no match against him. Hades scoffed, "You are not worthy of learning who he is. Sir, why don't we be friends instead? We haven't had any direct conflicts, and this is all just a misunderstanding. I hereby apologize for it. Moreover, my subordinates had been killed, so how about we call it even," suggested Jackie, who tried to settle the issue. "Oh, calling it even just like that, hey? Who do you think you are?" sneered Levi. Jackie smiled and replied, "You don't know this, but my identity is not something an ordinary guy can handle. Settling this matter peacefully benefits you as well. Too bad I don't believe in any of your words. Kill him." Levi's eyes shot 2 sharp glares over. Hades walked towards Jackie upon receiving his orders. Jackie panicked. What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? Don't do something you'll regret." Leslie chimed in and advised as well, "Let's calm down for a moment, sirs. He truly isn't just a regular guy. We'll all be in trouble if you hurt him. It's true. The power supporting Jackie is not something anyone can handle," added Derek. Jackie calmed down a lot upon hearing that. Levi, however, simply roared cruelly, "Kill him!" Hades continued moving forward upon hearing that. "I am," he shouted Jackie as loudly as he could. The Protector Chapter 629. Zib. Like an arrow that flew out of a bow, Hades shot forward and killed Jackie with a single touch. Thump. Jackie's body fell straight onto the floor. In the end, his evil deed caused him to pay the ultimate price. The Davies family was in shock. They actually killed Jackie? Before he even told them who he is? "I know you are powerful, sir, but Jackie honestly was someone who was protected. His true identity is simply too scary," said Leslie. "I don't care who he is," said Levi as he glared coldly at him. Hades' eyes shone with mockery. "Seriously? They're talking about true identities and protections? With this guy? Almost everyone trembles in fear when they hear this guy's title, so it's just stupid. To think that he can't handle whoever's coming." Levi and Hades left after that. They left the Davies alone because as far as Levi was concerned, those people were nothing more than maggots that didn't deserve his attention. The news about the demise of Jackie and his subordinates was spread throughout the underworld in South City. Everyone was surprised to hear that that man was defeated. Our investigation finally bore fruit. The murderer is Hades, who used to be Brock's subordinate. Hades truly is powerful, but he definitely bit more than he can chew this time. Right? I heard that Jackie's identity is feared throughout the southern region of Arudia. The underworld went wild. Everyone knew that the person protecting Jackie would be there soon, and the war had just begun. The Davies family was particularly nervous because they knew who Jackie really was. They understood that Jackie was just the vanguard. The rest of the army would be there soon, and that was when everything would truly change. The news of Jackie's death was shared quickly. Somewhere in Southampton. "What? My student died in South City? Such insolence! I will have every single one of their heads for this." Meanwhile, Levi and Hades were at the Black family's front yard. "Let them know that the matter has been settled," instructed Levi. He didn't want anyone to know about his identity just yet. Instead, he wanted to tell Zoe the truth on their wedding day. "There's no point in telling her everything now. I'll surprise her when we have the wedding of the century." "Understood," replied Hades. He walked into the Black family's residence and went to Zoe's place. Silas was injured earlier, but those were just minor injuries. Hence, she was fine. After some simple treatments, she guarded outside the door and was surprised when she saw Hades walking over. "Isn't this the guy who rescued us earlier?" "Ms. Lopez, the man who rescued us earlier is here," informed Silas. Immediately, Zoe rushed out upon hearing that. "Ms. Lopez, I've dealt with the troublemaker, and everything is fine now," reported Hades before he turned around to leave. "Wait, thank you for your help. May I know who you are?" asked Zoe as she chased after him. However, Hades simply left without even turning back. "Silas, hurry after him and find out who he is," requested Zoe. "Okay," replied Silas. She was curious about Hades' true identity as well. Something about Hades felt familiar, and Silas was certain that she had met him before, even though she never saw his face. The Protector Chapter 630. Silas later saw someone she definitely knew. Levi Garrison. "Isn't he Ms. Lopez's ex? I almost beat him up 2 days ago." "Hey! Who would have thought that he was the one keeping Ms. Lopez safe? Wait, why is the expert following him around? Didn't the Blacks say that he is useless? He is just a security guard from Morris Group, isn't he? So how did he pull all that off? Hold on, he also knows Ezra, from the Western War Zone. Perhaps it isn't a coincidence that they met? Countless questions were swirling inside Silas' mind when she heard Hades asking Levi, God of War, should I drag her out? Levi grinned and called out, come on out. You've already crouched and hidden for so long. Upon hearing that, Silas was startled. She had always been proud of her skills to stay hidden. She was at the top of her squad in that field. Darn it, they caught me. Silas had no choice but to show herself. She asked curiously, how long have you known? I knew you were following me the second you left the house, replied Hades as he glared grouchily at Silas. Silas finally saw Hades' face, and she gasped, why you are Hades from L Nation? Why you? Silas remembered how, a few years ago, Ezra led the army from the Western War Zone to fight against the army from L Nation. Hades was so strong that he defeated the Western warriors over a dozen times. In the end, the god of war had to step up and personally lead the army to defeat the L Nation's army. The L Nation army was pulverized. However, Hades had already left a lasting impression on the Western warriors. And that was why Silas recognized Hades. She was practically traumatized. Her expression turned, and she stared at Levi with astonishment shining in her eyes. Who the hell is he? How did he get Hades to protect Ms. Lopez? Is he someone of importance? Or perhaps a rich guy? Levi chuckled when he saw her reaction. You actually recognize him? Well, that is understandable. After all, you've battled against Hades when you were serving under that punk, Ezra, commented Levi. Boom. Levi's words blew Silas' mind. How does Levi Garrison know about all that? Who the hell is he? Who are you? Asked Silas. Levi took a puff from his cigarette and grinned before instructing, you tell her. Hades turned to Silas and answered, the man standing in front of you is the nightmare of every soldier in every other country. He is the weapon of mass destruction and the devil of the battlefield, and his title is the god of war of Arudaya. Boom. Silas' legs instinctively gave way upon hearing the answer and she slumped onto the ground. The god of war? Holy Cr*P. It's the legendary god of war. No wonder he knew all about the battle at the Western War Zone and got Hades as his personal guard. He even called the head of the Western Border Chief, Ezra, a punk. Silas was horrified when she learned everything. She knew that she had made a grave mistake. I can't believe that I actually attacked the god of war. Silas stood up unsteadily before she bowed to Levi. I, Silas, an ex-warrior of the Western War Zone, am honored to meet you, god of war. As far as the soldiers of Arudaya were concerned, meeting the god of war was a great privilege. Silas was proud of herself. She didn't realize that her job was protecting the god of war's wife. Levi greeted politely as well. Please punish me for my mistakes, Chief, said Silas. Punish you? Why? Asked Levi as he frowned. Silas felt a little embarrassed as she reminded him, I was rude to you the other day and almost attacked you. Please punish me for it. Levi suddenly burst out laughing, and that got Silas curious. The Protector Chapter 631. It's true that if my wife didn't show up that day, I would have taught you a lesson. But you almost died protecting my wife. That deserves a reward, so I will ignore the previous incident. Just continue keeping my wife safe, informed Levi. It'd save Levi a lot of trouble if someone as capable as Silas was protecting Zoe. Understood. I promise I will protect Zoe with all I've got. Silas had already retired from the battlefield, but she still had the heart of a warrior. From that moment on, she vowed to protect Zoe with her entire being. After Silas returned, Zoe asked, "How is it? Did you find out who he is?" Silas shook her head and replied, "I was discovered as soon as I left, Ms. Lopez. So let's not talk about it anymore. Still, you should know that the person protecting you has to be someone who cares deeply about you." The first person that Zoe thought of was Levi, but she quickly dismissed that idea because the man seemed too powerful to be Levi. South City turned quiet after Jackie met his demise. However, those in the inner circle understood that the silence was just the calm before the storm. A bloodbath was on the horizon. The Black family knew nothing about that, of course. They simply thought that their troubles were over. Meredith even pushed Zoe to go on blind dates. The former had looked through a lot of profiles, but none caught her eyes. "I feel like no one in Quebec is good enough for Zoe," claimed Meredith proudly. "Indeed. At first, I thought that it would be a piece of cake to find Zoe a suitor. Now that we've looked, I see that there are none good enough for her, and if we aren't satisfied with these men, there is no way that Zoe would be interested in them either," said Robert, who looked troubled as he sighed. Logan and Jenny entered the room at that moment. "Grandma, Grandpa, we looked into the matter like you asked and found the perfect candidate. He meets all of your requirements, and I am certain that Zoe would love him too," bragged Jenny. "Tell us." Both Meredith and Robert were excited. "The guy is incredible. He is of mixed blood with the perfect genes, and he is a legitimate heir. His mother is royalty from a foreign country," shared Jenny. "Hey? A mixed blood? That's perfect. They're tall and handsome, and have good genes," said the Blacks, who were satisfied so far. That was a time when mixed bloods were popular. "What's his family like?" asked Meredith. "Oh, his family is ridiculously powerful. His grandpa is the major shareholder at the place I work in, New Alliance Bank. In other words, his grandpa is the renowned Kurt Gates of Southampton." "What? Kurt Gates?" Both Meredith and Robert were stunned. Kurt was a reputable and respectable man in Southampton and the president of the Southampton Chamber of Commerce. The fact that Southampton was the economic district of Arudaya would mean that the president of the Chamber of Commerce in that district had to be extremely powerful. The man was probably so powerful that even an overview of his power would scare most to death. He was one of the leading men in Southampton's economic circles, and his wealth was comparable to that of a country. He managed over 100 private banks and had a great reputation in Southampton. He also had countless disciples and was regarded as a god among men. In fact, he was like a mythical dragon roaming in the sky. His grandson has got to be perfect as well. It was a coincidence, but his grandson, Landon, came to New Alliance Bank to participate in an event, and I bumped into him," informed Jenny as she grinned. "But would he agree to the marriage? Zoe's net worth is 50 billion, but that is not a lot." The Blacks' worries had shifted. Now, they felt like they weren't good enough for him. Jenny chuckled and replied, "You guys probably don't know about this, but Landon was Zoe's senior when she studied overseas. He was the one who came to me, and he was delighted when he heard that Zoe got a divorce. I think he will definitely agree to a wedding. Moreover, I heard that Landon tried to court Zoe back in the days." "That is great news." The Blacks were all excited and happy to hear it. They could finally merge with a powerful family. The Protector Chapter 632. Oriental Star Group. In the CEO's office. "Ms. Lopez, something bad seems to have happened," said Silas all of a sudden. Zoe was stunned. "Hey? Something happened. Check it out. There are a lot of cars parked on the ground floor, informed Silas, who was staring out the window. Zoe walked over to take a look. As promised, 10 Rolls-Royce were parked at the entrance of Oriental Star Group's building. Multiple men in tuxedos got out of the cars and stood at the side. After that, a tall guy in a white tuxedo got out of one of the cars. He looked like a mixed blood, and his mere appearance got the spectators to praise his beauty. He brought his men and walked right into Oriental Star Group. When asked, the man's subordinate showed the receptionist and the security guard his identity card. They were let in immediately after. "Please take me to Ms. Lopez," requested the man. The man was brought to Zoe's office soon after. "Hey, Landon," blurted Zoe, who recognized the man. That was the senior who courted her when she was an exchange student in a foreign country. The guy even gave her an extravagant gift when she got married. "You remembered me?" asked Landon as he grinned. "How could I forget? You helped me out a lot back in the days," replied Zoe with a smile. Silas had her guard up as she stared at Landon. She had been paying attention to the men around Zoe ever since she received her orders from Levi. Silas didn't like the guy standing in front of her. Not one bit. "Aren't you working overseas, Landon? What brought you here?" asked Zoe curiously. Landon chuckled. "Ah, that proves that you have never paid any attention to me. I am actually a citizen of Arudia." "Hey? I know that you're a mixed blood, but I never realized that you're from Arudia," blurted Zoe in surprise. "Yet, my grandpa and dad are from Southampton while my mom is from a foreign country." "Oh, I see." Landon had his eyes on Zoe when he asked, "By the way, Zoe, I heard that you got divorced." Said Zoe, who didn't quite know how to explain the situation. A piece of paper couldn't change the love she shared with Levi. Moreover, Levi planned on throwing another wedding, so... "Ha ha ha, yeah, I know all about it," said Landon, who then added, "Do I have a shot with you now?" Zoe was stunned to hear that question all of a sudden. She couldn't turn him down even if she wanted to. After all, she and Levi had signed the papers and were officially divorced. Hence, Landon had every right to court her. "Let's not joke about that, Landon. I am focused on my career and have no plan to worry about my personal life for the time being," replied Zoe politely with a smile. "You need a man to keep you safe. Hasn't the past 2 days taught you anything? Your business is growing exponentially, and the danger you'll face will only become worse," reminded Landon as he grinned. Given his influence, it was easy for him to learn all about what Zoe had been through. Zoe was surprised. She turned to him and asked, "Wait, were you the one who rescued me?" Zoe suddenly recalled how the expert who saved her couldn't speak the language well and sounded like a foreigner. Thinking back, that man could be Landon's subordinate. "I just remembered that the guy who rescued me has a heavy accent," blurted Zoe happily. Silas stood nervously at the side. She wanted to voice up, but she was not in a position to do so. "The one who saved you was Hades, and he was there on Levi's orders." Silas turned to Landon. She was curious about how he would reply. Landon was also stunned when he heard what Zoe said. "Ah, you guessed it. That takes all the fun and mystery out of it." "Yeah, you're right. I'm the one who sent the guy to keep you safe, and I am the one who personally dealt with the matter," claimed Landon with a straight face on. Upon hearing that, Silas felt like vomiting blood. The Protector Chapter 633. Just how shameless is this guy? How dare you claim all the merit? The god of war was the one responsible for it, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, what makes you think you can get Hades to work for you? L nation might be a small country, but he is still a god of war. Hey? So it really is you, Landon? Thank you so much, replied Zoe with a smile. I wasn't going to tell you anything, but you guessed it all, said Landon as he grinned. Landon shamelessly admitted to it because he didn't see any issue arising from his lies. All he had to do was get someone to contact Hades and get the guy under his payroll. Thank you for rescuing me and my family while we were in grave danger, said Zoe appreciatively. I will keep you safe for the rest of your life, promised Landon before he added. All right, I'll take my leave now so I don't disrupt you working. Landon could tell that Zoe felt awkward, so he left immediately. After all, he was a smart man, and he knew how to take advantage without overstepping. After leaving Oriental Star Group, one subordinate asked, given your background, you can have any woman you want, so why her? Zoe Lopez seems pretty ordinary. It's true. There are tons of women just like her out there, chimed in another subordinate. Landon replied with a smile, to tell you boys the truth, I have had hundreds of women, and no one had ever rejected my advances before. She was the first. And I feel like she is special. There is no reason I can't conquer that woman. The others grinned mischievously. They finally understood what Landon was aiming for. Besides, Grandpa is gravely ill, and the fortune teller said that I can repel all bad luck if I marry that woman. Only then would Grandpa's illness be cured. The wedding would also bring good fortune to the Gates family. In short, she is nothing but a tool to bring good luck and cure Grandpa. It just so happens that I want to conquer her as well, so there's that. Why else would I marry a divorcee? Informed Landon as he smiled. Everyone instantly understood that marrying Zoe was primarily to bring good fortune. That night, everyone was smiling when Zoe got home, and that got Zoe suspicious. Zoe, I found a great suitor for you, informed Meredith with a smile. What? Blurted Zoe, who was stunned. Zoe, this suitor is really something else. His grandfather is the president of the Southampton Chamber of Commerce, his father is the head of the new Alliance Bank in Arudaya, and his mother is the president of the Association of Foreign Enterprises. To top it off, his maternal grandfather is also royalty in a foreign country. His family owns hundreds of banks, and anyone who wanted to do business in South Hampton would need his family's permission first, informed Jenny. It sounded exaggerated, but it was true. Given his family background, the actual guy doesn't seem so important, but Zoe, he is amazing as well. He owns over a dozen racecar clubs and about 10 electronic companies. His influence is everywhere. He is also tall, handsome, and is a mixed blood. He basically doesn't have any shortcomings. Everyone had praised Landon so much that it sounded like he was an angel from heaven. Realization dawned on Zoe soon after. They're probably talking about Landon. Oh, and you actually know this guy, Zoe, added Jenny. That confirmed Zoe's suspicion. Thank you for all the effort you put in, Grandma, but I won't be dealing with my personal life at the moment. I have my eyes set on my career, and this is a crucial moment, so I don't want anyone to distract me, replied Zoe politely. Ha ha ha. Meredith laughed aloud. Zoe, if this is just an ordinary guy like Levi Garrison, I definitely wouldn't let him get in the way of your career. However, we are talking about the heir of the Gates family. Marrying him would not negatively affect your career. In fact, it would give your career a tremendous boost. The others chimed in as well. It's true. All it takes is one word from him, and you will be raised to the top. I've also looked into the matter and know that he used to court you. He has been in love with you this entire time, Zoe, said Jenny as she grinned. Meredith also insisted, Zoe, this wedding must happen, and I will be planning for it. The Protector Chapter 634. The Black family was overjoyed. Meredith and Robert had already made their decisions. They were only informing Zoe about it. Grandpa, Grandma, Zoe was about to speak when Robert interrupted, Zoe, you have no reason not to like him. My decision is final. Dad, Mom, Mr. Gates is here. Instantly, Jenny rushed outside to welcome him in. Landon Gates had arrived with 10 Rolls-Royce. His subordinates were the ones to carry his many gifts. They slowly moved them into the Black family's home. Robert and the rest were grinning from ear to ear. It was then Zoe realized that she had been sold by her family. They had made their decision on this matter a long time ago. All she needed to do was to marry Landon. Here are some small gifts. I hope you'll accept it, Landon uttered politely. The small gifts he mentioned were expensive and rare supplements. The smiles on the Blacks widened. Even Graham and Felix had come. After all, Kurt Gates was the president of the Southampton Chamber of Commerce. He was wealthier than many countries, and he had a certain amount of control over the economy. His status in the society was much higher than them. Graham and Felix praised, this is amazing. He's reputable yet friendly. God must favor Zoe for her to be able to marry a man like him. Meanwhile, Aaron and Caitlin had returned from Northampton. When they saw Landon, they were thrilled. Someone as great as him is interested in Zoe. Zoe, look at how many capable young men you have missed out on because of Levi, Caitlin grumbled. Aaron laughed boisterously. I like this son-in-law. Caitlin urged, Dad, Mom, you'll be the ones to decide. Hurry up and settle there. Marriage. They left no room for Zoe to pitch in her opinion. In fact, she was even chased out of the conversation. Don't meddle in this. We'll decide this for you. We're only doing this for your own good, Caitlin fumed. At the manor, the Blacks, the Zaxes, Landon, and Zoe's parents were having a discussion about Zoe's marriage. What we're hoping for is to let the two of you engage and marry as quickly as possible. What about you? What are your parents' thoughts? Meredith asked. Landon smiled. My grandpa and parents told me it's up to me. How about this? Let's pick a date for the engagement first. Meredith and the others were ecstatic to hear Landon's agreement on it. I've looked at the dates. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. Why don't we set the engagement on that day? Robert suggested. Sure. No problem. My grandpa and parents will be there too, Landon laughed. Everyone in the Gates family knew about it. Recently, Kurt had fallen ill, and the doctors had said that he might not have long left. A fortune teller had told them that Landon had to marry Zoe to change his fate. That way, Kurt would recover from his illness. Furthermore, their marriage would bring fortune to Landon. Marrying Zoe brought no disadvantages to the Gates family. In other words, Zoe was but a tool for them. The Gates family had only chosen her because Landon liked her and because she was a virgin. Otherwise, Kurt would never let his grandson marry a divorced woman. Their marriage was only for the sake of Kit's illness. In different circumstances, the Gates family would have been humiliated by their choice. Now that all of you have agreed to it, what about Zoe? I'm afraid that she won't agree to this marriage, Landon said. The crowd stiffened before they shared a look. Caitlin smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Gates. Zoe is beyond delighted. Why wouldn't she agree with it? The Protector Chapter 635. Aaron added, That's right. If Zoe didn't agree to it, she'll already be kicking up a fuss. But look. She's nowhere to be found, so that means she agrees to it. The Black family were lying through their teeth. Jenny was keeping an eye on Zoe and making sure that the latter could not even get a chance to speak. Is that so? I'm relieved then. We'll have the engagement on the day after. Tomorrow at Stardust Hotel. My family will come too, Landon replied. Of course. We'll meet again on the day after next. Meredith and the others could not keep their smiles off their faces. Soon, the shocking news spread across South City. The grandson of Kurt, Landon, was marrying the granddaughter of the Black family. As Kit's grandson, Landon was instantly placed under the spotlight. After all, Kurt was a prominent figure in the Southampton corporate world. Every neighboring country had heard of his name. He was the president of the Southampton Chamber of Commerce. He was the man who ruled over the economy. The Gates family were like royals. They owned hundreds of private banks. Zoe, too, was in the spotlight. She was married for 6 years before she divorced, and her ex-husband had been in jail for 6 years. Essentially, it was as if she had never married. Furthermore, the Blacks had intentionally slandered Levi's reputation. They told the public that Levi was a horrible man who had left her after receiving 10 million from them. Not to mention, Levi had refused to admit that he had taken the bribery from the Blacks. With that, many were cursing at Levi. Soon, the entire South City found out about Zoe and Landon's engagement. Even the citizens of Southampton had found out about it. A commotion broke out in the upper echelon society in South City. The reason being Kurt would be attending his grandson's engagement the day after the next. For a man like him to come to South City was as though God himself was arriving. Anyone who managed to build a relationship with Kurt would have a bright future secured. Many upper-class families began to envy the Black family. They could barely believe their good luck in having a union marriage with the Gates family. The Black family was destined to be a powerful family in South City. In fact, it was likely that they would rise to become the wealthiest family there. In the course of just one afternoon, dozens of significant figures came to visit the Black family. Once upon a time, these people looked down on the Black family. Both Meredith and Robert were beyond excited. From now on, the Blacks would have connections with people in the military, corporate, and political world. They had Russell in the military world, Logan in the political world, and Zoe in the corporate world. The Black family was about to rise to the top. Even Caitlin and Aaron were sighing in disbelief at the consequences of Zoe and Levi's divorce. The fact that they were going to be Landon's future parents-in-law stunned them. From now on, they were free to do anything in Quebec and even South Hampton. They dared not imagine this in the past. You're still too inexperienced. If Zoe had been by my side earlier, this would have happened long ago, Meredith lamented. Aaron flashed her an embarrassed smile. Mom, you're definitely much better at planning than us. Ha ha ha. Of course. Meredith and Robert were proud of how things had turned out. Just then, Zoe ran over to them. She had just found out about her engagement with Landon. The Black family had never told her about it. She could not believe that the entire South City had heard about it but her. Grandpa, Grandma, why did you arrange a marriage for me without asking for my opinion? Why did everyone find out about the engagement before I did? Zoe seethed. Zoe, your marriage has been decided. This is all for your own good. Meredith waved her hands dismissively. No. I don't agree with this marriage. I don't even love him. Zoe rejected. Then who do you love? Meredith asked in a grave tone. The one I love is Levi Garrison. The Protector Chapter 636. Her words made everyone present stop in their tracks. She still loves Levi? Everyone had thought that Zoe had given up on Levi. I'll be honest with all of you. I won't marry again. Even if I do, the only husband that I'll accept is Levi, Zoe announced with a look of resolve in her eyes. You! Meredith jumped to her feet, furious. At that moment, she was tempted to slap Zoe. You don't have a choice. You must marry Landon, and you must attend the engagement ceremony tomorrow, Meredith hissed. Silas, keep an eye on her, Robert ordered. It was then Silas argued, although it's not my place to say anything, I still want to say my piece. It's inappropriate for Ms. Lopez to marry into the Gates family. It's rumored that the Gates family agreed to Landon's marriage with Ms. Lopez because they need her to change Kit's fate. If she marries into the Gates family, she won't be happy. She's nothing but a tool for them. Nonsense! Meredith slammed her hand onto the table. Are you telling me that you believe in those baseless rumors? Meredith raged. Furthermore, Mr. Gates truly loves Zoe. He used to court her. And that is a fact. Zoe will only be happier after her marriage. She won't have a hard time there. Mrs. Black, I've done my investigation. Mr. Gates has a chaotic private life. He has been with more than hundreds of women. He's a black hole, and you're pushing Ms. Lopez into it. Silas argued. Stop with your nonsense. You're slandering Mr. Gates. If you don't want to do your job, you can quit it. Meredith roared. Silas wanted to do as Meredith said. However, when she thought about how Levi had tasked her with protecting Zoe, she decided to stay. I won't marry him. Grandma, you'd better give up. Zoe was uncompromising. Meredith scoffed. Are you still hoping to marry that horrible man, Levi? Your grandma's right. After all, he's someone that took 10 million but lied and said he threw it into the trash can, Robert added. Exactly. He refused to admit it despite us exposing him on the spot. That man is nothing but a shameless piece of trash. By now, the others were furious too. You! Zoe was about to refute them, but she realized she did not have any evidence to back herself up. Left with no other choices, she silently endured their words. Silas, take her back to her room to rest. She will attend the engagement ceremony tomorrow and that's final, Meredith commanded. Thus, Silas could only bring Zoe away. If they stayed, they would only become more infuriated. Look at your daughter. Is she blind? Why is she still longing for Levi? Meredith spat. Robert was solemn as he muttered, if things don't work out, I'll chase Levi away. If he doesn't appear in her line of sight, she won't think about him. That's a good idea. Let's just chase Levi away once and for all, the others gave their approvals. They were sick of Levi since forever. Now that Levi was stopping the Black family from becoming one of the wealthiest, they would not stand aside and do nothing. Once she's engaged tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to harass her anymore. The Gates family will surely destroy him if he dares to pester Zoe again, Meredith chortled. Right then, Russell rushed toward them, dragging a servant of the Black family. Zeke along with him. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at Russell, curious. Russell shot a glare at Zeke before he sneered, he's the one who picked up the 10 million check. We've wronged Levi. He really did throw the check into the trash can. The Protector Chapter 637. Russell was glad that he could expose the injustice done to Levi. From the beginning, I've suspected someone had picked up the check. Therefore, I asked my friend who works in an IT department to look into it. Finally, I found out that our servant, Zeke, was the one who had taken it, Russell explained. Meredith and Robert gave Zeke a stern look. Did you take it? Thump. Zeke collapsed onto the ground as he begged, Mr. Black, Mrs. Westbrook. Indeed, I was the one who had taken it. That day, I saw Levi throw it into the trash can, so I took it without telling anyone about it. Please don't call the police. I've only used 100,000. I'll return you the rest. After realizing what had happened, Meredith and Robert huffed in rage. They were not angry that Zeke had been the one who had taken the check. Rather, they were angry that he had been found out. After all, Levi was meant to be the one who had taken it. Everyone had accused Levi of taking the 10 million for himself. They had never thought that someone would investigate the matter. Now that it was revealed Levi was not the one who took the money, they felt humiliated. Russell laughed, Grandpa, Grandma, I was right. Levi wouldn't do something like that. Let's tell Zoe about it and clear his name. Hold on. Meredith stopped him before instructing, Russell, you don't need to bother yourself with this matter anymore. Go back and pretend as if you knew nothing. She then turned to instruct Zeke, I can forgive you for this, Zeke, and I can turn a blind eye to the amount you've spent. But you'll need to agree to my terms. I'll agree to anything. Good. From now on, no matter who asks you about it, you'll say that Levi didn't throw the check into the trash can. You'll tell them that you witness him leaving with the check in his hands. Meredith ordered. I understand. I'll definitely do that, replied Zeke immediately. Good. Now leave. Pretend you've never taken the check for yourself. Levi's the one who had taken the 10 million, Meredith repeated. Russell stared at Meredith in disbelief. Grandma, how can you twist the facts? Levi didn't do it. Why must you pin the blame on him? Russell did not approve of the Black family's methods. Russell, you must keep your lips sealed about this. Never tell anyone, especially Zoe. Meredith snapped. Why, Grandma? Give me a reason. Russell exclaimed. Ha! You know full well that the rumors of Levi taking the 10 million for himself have spread across the city. The Black family was the one who slandered his reputation. If you tell the public the truth, you'll be humiliating the Black family. What will happen to our family then? Meredith questioned. Russell gave a solemn smile. Does that mean we can destroy Levi's life for the Black family's reputation? Robert hissed, that's right. Who is he in comparison with the Black family's reputation? Russell breathed out a trembling laugh. Fine. Very well. Do as you please then. Sooner or later, you'll understand what the Black family has done wrong. You'll have missed an opportunity you'll regret for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. It's just Levi. What will we truly miss? The crowd disagreed. With that, Russell left, huffing furiously. His grandparents, who he thought were righteous people, were the ones to orchestrate this. He was thoroughly disappointed. He immediately called Levi. Meanwhile, Levi was at Northampton designing his new family home when his phone rang. What's wrong, Russell? Bad news, Levi. Zoe is going to be engaged tomorrow. The Protector Chapter 638. Boom. The news struck Levi like a bolt from the blue. Zoe is getting engaged? But I'm still at Northampton. Who is Zoe going to get engaged to? After Russell walked him through the situation, rage nearly consumed Levi. He once had a good impression of Meredith and Robert. At the very least, they left a better impression on him than Harry did. However, now it seemed like no one could stick to their morals when power and money were involved. Time and place, Levi demanded. Stardust Hotel at 10, Russell replied. Got it. The next day. At the Black family's manor, Meredith and Caitlin forced Zoe to dress herself up for the ceremony. Right then, a fleet of cars arrived outside the manor. Harry, Henry, and the others had arrived. Even the Lopez family of the South City was here. When Harry heard Zoe was about to marry a rich man of Southampton, he had hurried to South City overnight. As for the Lopez family, they once refused to acknowledge Harry's family as a part of the Lopez family. However, when they heard Zoe was marrying Landon, they came instantly. Now, they were all claiming Zoe as one of the Lopez family. One of us is engaging today. Obviously, the Lopez family has to be here, Harry said. At the same time, the Lopez family of South City added, we're proud that someone like you is in the Lopez family. As the Lopez family of South City was reputable, the Black family was more than happy to welcome them despite knowing that the former was only here to butter up the Gates family. Zoe was exasperated. Do they think of anyone else but themselves? Do they feel anything for others? Congratulations, Zoe. I told you shouldn't stick to Levi. He's but a burden for you. Look at how great you are now. You're about to marry into a genuine wealthy family. Sean, Melanie, and the others muttered as they laughed. Levi is the worst of the worst. He gave up Zoe for 10 million. I know, right? I even heard he insisted that he had thrown the check into the trash can despite taking the money for himself. Everyone chattered away. At the side, Russell was displeased to hear their words. Why does Levi have to endure these slanders silently? At the same time, Zeke had an ashen face. It was as though he was afraid someone would ask him about the matter. Russell could not help but mumble, no. Meredith stopped him immediately. Russell, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to humiliate the Black family? And so, Russell could only swallow his words. Soon, everyone headed to Stardust Hotel. Many of them were keeping an eye on Zoe, fearing that she would escape. A fleet of luxurious cars was parked right outside the Stardust Hotel. People from the upper-class society were all gathered here today. Although they were unable to join the engagement banquet without an invitation, they were here in hopes of meeting Kurt. Meanwhile, the Gates family had long arrived. Like Landon, his father, Fred, looked like a capable man, exuding an imposing aura. After all, he was the man who had control over hundreds of private banks. He had the nickname of the god of wealth within the corporate world. In other words, he was rich. Beside him was Landon's mother, a foreign woman. She exuded a noble aura that attracted the people's gazes yet kept them at a distance. She was the president of the Association of Foreign Enterprises. She had a say in every foreign enterprise that entered the local market. After Fred and his wife gave Zoe a once-over, they nodded in satisfaction. This way. With that, Meredith and the others entered Stardust Hotel. The Protector Chapter 639. Everyone was anxious. They were about to meet the legendary Kurt Gates. In the hotel, an old man in his wheelchair was coughing quietly. When they saw Kurt, the crowd was dumbfounded. They thought Kurt would be an imposing and healthy man. They had not expected to see a sickly-looking frail man sitting in a wheelchair. For some reason, the rumors of Zoe marrying into the family to change kids luck surfaced in their minds. Zoe was all but a tool. Caitlin and Aaron were the ones that suffered the most shock. They felt as though they had really sent Zoe to hell. Kurt slowly opened his unfocused eyes and asked, "They're here. Grandpa, this is Zoe." Landon pointed to the woman. Kurt straightened his back and started sizing her up. Beside him was a middle-aged man in a suit. He whispered, "Mr. Gates, she is the one." That man was none other than the fortune-teller who told them that Kurt would recover from his illness after Zoe married into the family. "Very well. It's her then. Pick a date quickly and get married soon," Kurt urged. His impatience was audible to everyone present. The fortune-teller murmured, "Mr. Gates, 5 days later will be the perfect date for the wedding." After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Kurt nodded. "All right then. Let's get the engagement ceremony done as soon as possible. We'll hold the wedding in 5 days' time." What? His words stupefied Meredith and Robert. "That's hasty. It's as though the wedding isn't of any importance to them." All Kurt needed was a word from the fortune-teller before the marriage date was set. By now, Meredith and the others were starting to wonder if the rumors had been true. That Zoe was but a tool for Kit's illness. And that the Gates family was uninterested in having Zoe as their daughter-in-law. But that did not matter to them. Regardless of whether she was a tool or genuine feelings were involved, Zoe was going to become Landon's legal wife. This was something everyone knew, that Zoe Lopez was destined to become the daughter-in-law of the Gates family. Moreover, Landon's love for Zoe was genuine. Since Kurt was here in South City despite the severity of his illness, that meant this marriage was important to him. Hence, this marriage had to continue. Both the Black family and the Lopez family shared the same thought: Zoe must marry into the Gates family. "I hope you don't mind that my father is in poor health. Let us begin the engagement ceremony now," Fred announced. "Sounds good to me. Let's start the engagement ceremony. As for the wedding date, the Gates family will be the one to arrange it," Meredith answered with a smile. Fred returned the smile. "From now on, we're a family. The wedding will be something both families shall discuss together." Just as the engagement ceremony was about to begin, Zoe abruptly voiced out loud, "I'm sorry, Landon. I can't get engaged with you, nor can I marry you." Boom! Zoe's words struck like lightning to everyone present. Even Landon was stunned. He had thought that Zoe was here because she had agreed to it. Anxious, Meredith shouted, "Zoe, what are you saying? Shut up now." Fred's expression turned darker than night. He stared at Zoe and queried, "You don't want to marry my son?" Zoe shook her head. "That's right, I don't want to marry your son." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Fred burst into laughter. "She's obviously disrespecting the Gates family. I have never heard of anyone saying no during the engagement ceremony." "Zoe, what are you talking about? You have to marry him!" Meredith bellowed. She was not going to give Zoe any chance to protest. Fred sneered, "That's right. We're already holding the engagement ceremony. Even if you say no, you still have to do it." "Zoe, it's not like you have a choice," Landon laughed. Right then, a roar echoed in the hall. "Let me take a look at who are the ones trying to put my wife in a tough spot. Do you have a death wish?" The Protector Chapter 640. Bang! A group of men rushed in from outside as a man of tall stature emerged. That man was none other than Levi. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of him. "Darling," Zoe called out softly. Despite receiving the divorce certificate, Levi would always be her husband. "Honey, with me here, no one is going to harm you anymore." Levi pulled Zoe into his embrace. Boom! The crowd was stunned and stared at them in disbelief, especially the Gates family, whose faces were all red in anger. For a stranger to gate-crash their engagement banquet and embrace their future daughter-in-law, it was a grievous insult. Furthermore, Levi rubbed salt in their wounds by claiming Zoe as his wife, utterly humiliating the Gates family. Landon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. For the Gates family, it was just a matter of pride. But for him, he was being blatantly cheated on. How was he going to face the world after that? Meanwhile, the Black and the Lopez families were stupefied. No one expected Levi and Zoe to put on such a spectacle, which was a direct provocation aimed at the Gates family. By declaring that the Lady Landon was engaged to his wife, Levi humiliated Landon outright. Meanwhile, Meredith's heart sank as she knew something disastrous was going to happen. Fred Gates let out a long sigh. This is unacceptable. I cannot tolerate any of this. No matter what, the Gates family's reputation needs to be safeguarded. This matter has to be kept a secret even if everyone has to die. He turned to look at Meredith and the others. Did you arrange this? Fred demanded. Despite his calm tone, it was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. Mr. Gates, you misunderstand. This has nothing to do with us. Furthermore, they are divorced and we even have the documents to prove it, Meredith explained. With a panicked look. The Black and the Lopez families were frightened of offending the Gates family. At this point, they might as well prepare themselves to be destroyed. Aaron and Caitlin were infuriated as Levi foiled their plans yet again. Is he out to throw a spanner in our works every time? Grandma, we told you long ago that if Levi doesn't repent, we should have kicked him out. But now, the matter has already escalated, Jenny roared furiously. Meredith, Robert, and Harry were all trembling with rage as they couldn't wait to kill Levi. He was responsible for causing the Black and Lopez families a lot of grief. Hence, he deserved to be nailed on the pillar of shame. Mr. Gates, this is all Levi's own doing. It has nothing to do with the Black and Lopez families. Everyone at the scene pointed their fingers at Levi. Fred and Landon then looked towards him. Don't you know Zoe is getting engaged to my son today? Fred asked coldly. Levi replied, I do. In that case, how dare you come here and even call her your wife? What's the meaning of this? Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Fred raised his voice into a loud roar, terrifying everyone present. I would like to know, have you ever asked Zoe for her opinion on the engagement? Levi asked. Of course we asked her. Zoe herself agreed to it, Landon replied. Meredith and Robert quickly added, that's right. We've asked her. Or else, she wouldn't be willing to come here. Levi sneered. He turned towards Zoe and asked, in that case, in front of everyone, let me ask you. Are you willing to marry Landon? Are you willing to get engaged with him? At that moment, everyone waited for her answer with bated breath. The Protector Chapter 641. All of them stared at Zoe intently as suspense filled the air. Just when Meredith was about to comment, Fred cut her off. Let her speak for herself. When she saw that everyone's attention was focused on her, Zoe took a deep breath and exclaimed, no. I'm unwilling to do so. Turning to Landon, Zoe apologized. Landon, I'm sorry to have disappointed you. But Levi is the one I love. If you were unwilling, why did you come? Someone yelled. The Black family forced Ms. Lopez to do so, Silas explained. Boom. Meredith and Robert closed their eyes in despair. It's over. It's truly over. The Gates family was a lot more powerful than the Caesar family. Just a word from Kurt alone could close all doors on the Black family, destroying them as a result. The atmosphere became silent as everyone awaited the incoming storm. Finally, Fred exclaimed, "You're unwilling?" Just like that. Immediately, he changed the subject. Lowering his voice, he growled, "Tell me. Then, what should the Gates family do now? We have publicized the engagement banquet throughout South City and South Hampton. Even now, there are tons of people outside. Tell me, how is the Gates family going to walk away from this without being humiliated? The other members of the Gates family joined in and yelled, "Tell us! Give us an answer!" Zoe was stupefied by the amount of pressure being piled onto her. She did consider the possibility of the current scenario occurring but didn't have a solution for it. Landon sneered, "Zoe, what a shame that I wasted my feelings on you. This is how you repay me. If you disagree, why didn't you say so earlier? Why must you wait until now to regret your decision? Your ex-husband barged in on my engagement banquet, embraced you, and called you his wife. If this gets out, how am I to face the world? Do you know how humiliated I'll be? And what about the disgrace this will bring to the Gates family? You owe me an explanation. Or else, don't blame me for being cruel. Despite my good nature, I'm willing to do anything to protect my family's honor." Amidst Landon's barrage of questions, Meredith's heart sank to its lowest depths. When she saw how furious the Gates family were. In the face of the Gates family's questions, Zoe was at a loss. "You want an answer? Ha ha ha!" Levi burst out in sudden laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Landon felt insulted by Levi's response. "What am I laughing at? The reason you wanted to marry Zoe is just to complete your charade. Your grandpa, Kurt, is dying. The only reason you're marrying Zoe is because a fortune teller said so," Levi replied coldly. "Nonsense! There's no such thing," Landon bellowed as Levi exposed his hypocrisy. "I really love Zoe. Therefore, I never married because I was waiting for her. When I heard she got divorced, I went to see her immediately. Can you tell me how many men can do what I did?" Landon roared. "That's right, Landon is very loyal when it comes to love. It's surprising someone of his status is willing to marry a divorcee. Mr. Gates is such a good man." The crowd began to praise him. However, Levi sneered, "Landon, all these years, you have philandered with it. Least 700 to 800 women if not in the thousands. Putting that aside, just on the 3rd of last month, you even slept with a high school girl. While on the 7th, you forced yourself onto a married woman. You be ****. Kill him!" Landon roared furiously. It was obvious Levi had found Landon's weakness. The Protector Chapter 642. Levi smiled. "What's the hurry? I haven't even finished." "You're slandering me." "I have been celibate for many years," Landon retorted angrily. However, everyone stared at Landon suspiciously. The more agitated he was, the more guilty he made himself out to be. Even his men hesitated as to whether they should take action. Despite being filled with rage as he glared angrily at Levi, Landon was at a loss as to what to do. Just then, Fred stepped forward and pushed Landon aside. He shouted at Levi. "Who do you think you are? Since when does my son's personal life need to be scrutinized by you?" He continued, "Based on the Gates family rules, you have committed 4 crimes. And will be punished accordingly. Firstly, you've trespassed on and disrupted my son's engagement banquet. Secondly, you claimed my son's fiancée as your wife. Thirdly, you slandered my son. And lastly, you disrespected the Gates family. The punishment for breaking the 4 rules is to have your 4 limbs broken on the spot." The moment Fred passed the sentence, the elite warriors of the Gates family guarded the exits to prevent Levi from fleeing. Fred then looked towards the Lopez and Black families. "The Gates family is not one to be messed with. Anyone from South City that challenged us will also be punished." Both the Lopez and Black families trembled when they heard his words, as they knew it was directed at them. Landon's mother was even more furious. She glared at Levi and barked, "Kneel before me." She was royalty from a foreign country and had always looked down upon commoners. In her eyes, Levi and Zoe were just society's scum. How dare they disrupt my son's engagement banquet? They're asking to be killed. Two foreign bodyguards approached to try and take Levi down. Meanwhile, Levi clapped his hands and let out a sarcastic smile. "These are serious crimes. I'm impressed." However, he changed his tone immediately. "Does the Gates family not respect the country's laws? Since when do you have the authority to pass judgment on others?" Levi smiled smugly. When Fred listed out the 4 crimes, it was obvious that the Gates family was used to throwing their weight around all the time. They had indirectly declared hegemony over their territory. Within their sphere of influence, the Gates family was the law. They exercised their authority over all who lived there. Therefore, they were the ones to decide the fate of others, including life and death. Levi was furious. He had been fighting hard outside against the nation's enemies, to protect the country's sovereignty and its people. And yet, prominent families such as the Gates acted with such impunity within the nation itself. Hence, he felt disillusioned. Fred scoffed, "Today is my son's engagement banquet, hence I only charged you with 4 crimes. If it were any other time, going against the Gates family is punishable by death. I would have sentenced you to death on the spot." Such shocking dominance! The Black and Lopez families were astounded at how powerful the Gates family was. No wonder they were considered Southampton's topmost prominent family. Meanwhile, all the other members of the Gates family looked cold when they heard Fred's words, as if they were accustomed to it. It was clear that the Gates family did as they pleased and killed as they willed. Meanwhile, Zoe was unnerved by the Gates family's show of strength. She was especially worried when she heard about the 4 crimes which required Levi's limbs to be broken. In the eyes of the Gates family, does Arudia still matter? Do the laws of the country still apply? Levi asked. "Let me make it clear to you. Wherever the Gates family is, that's where we are. The law and everything we say counts. Do you understand?" Fred replied in an assertive tone. He wasn't stupid. It was just that their family was simply too powerful. All these years, he had always dealt with everything the same way. Hence, in the eyes of the Gates family, they were the law. That was all there was to it. Suddenly, Levi burst into laughter, to the extent that everyone became curious. His laughter also caused the Gates family to feel offended. The Protector, Chapter 643. "You, what are you laughing about?" Fred demanded coldly. The way everyone saw it, Levi's laughter was extremely annoying. "I'm laughing because the Gates family is about to be destroyed. No matter how powerful a person or family is, they cannot override the sovereignty of the country." Levi smiled. "How dare they claim to be the law in front of the god of war? Are they not afraid of death? As that is the equivalent of challenging Arudia's sovereignty. Without a doubt, they need to be taken down. Ha ha ha, the Gates family is finished? What a joke! Who can touch us? Who even dares to touch us? You!" Fred broke into a haughty laugh, followed by the rest of the Gates family. "With our family's influence, we are untouchable, let alone within South City itself, where we are second to none." "That's right, me." Levi grinned. "I don't want to see him still standing. He needs to kneel, now." Landon's mother bellowed. In response, Fred glowered. "Men, punish him for the 4 crimes now." break his limbs so that he can feel the wrath of the Gates family. Upon his orders, 4 elite warriors emerged and headed towards Levi. Zoe was terrified as she knew that they were helpless in front of the powerful Gates family. Even if Russell and Logan went to get reinforcements, it would still be too late. Furthermore, the reinforcements might not even be enough, as the Gates family was just too strong. At the crucial moment, Zoe stepped in front of Levi and declared, "Whoever wants to hurt him will have to get through me first." When he saw the petite figure in front protecting him, Levi chuckled. "My honey is so adorable. But this is no longer 6 years ago. Now, I am the god of war, a 5-star god of war in fact. With me here, no one can harm you. Break both their limbs," Fred ordered. The Black and Lopez families wanted to stop them but were restrained by the Gates family elite warriors. By then, Zoe closed her eyes and resigned herself to fate. Even if her limbs were broken, she was at least together with Levi. However, Levi was calm. If the Gates family laid a finger on them, they would immediately be destroyed. "Wait!" At that moment, an old gravelly voice was heard. Kurt was pushed towards the front on his wheelchair as he coughed continuously. "Don't touch the girl. She must be married into the Gates family," Kurt declared. He desperately wanted to survive. The fortune teller told him that she could cure him if she was married into the Gates family. Therefore, he couldn't let the opportunity slip by. Landon must marry Zoe. By hook or by crook, Zoe had to be married to a member of the Gates family. Even if they needed to kidnap her. In response, Fred offered, "Zoe, as long as you agree to marry my son, I will guarantee that I won't hurt Levi. Or else, he will definitely end up a cripple." Hearing that, Meredith and Robert finally realized that Landon wasn't really serious about marrying Zoe. The Gates family's main objective was to cure Kurt based on what the fortune teller said. Therefore, it wasn't what Meredith and Robert wanted for Zoe, and they realized now that it was a trap. However, they had already pushed Zoe into it and there seemed to be no way to escape. It was impossible to renegade on the wedding now. Meanwhile, Fred turned towards Meredith. "As long as Zoe is married to my son, I will guarantee the Black and Lopez families will become the topmost families in South City." Tempted by Fred's offer of power, Meredith and the others second-guessed themselves. Even Zoe considered it. To her, Levi's safety was her top priority. "Honey, let's go. I'm curious to see who is going to stop me." At that moment, Levi grabbed Zoe's hand and wanted to leave. "Stop them!" Landon yelled immediately. The Protector Chapter 644. Fred grew desperate too. If they let Levi go, the reputation of the Gates family would be in tatters. Their family would no longer be able to face the world and they would also lose all authority. Therefore, Levi must not be allowed to leave. At that moment, a group of elite warriors of the Gates family approached Levi and Zoe to seize them. "How dare you leave after all the trouble you have caused?" Fred ordered, "I want him dead. And she must marry my son." The Gates family's desperation and intimidation caused the Black and Lopez family's hearts to sink. Levi would die today while Zoe would be forced into marriage. In fact, the whole matter had doomed both the Lopez and Black families as well. As everyone trembled in fear, no one dared to say a word. In the face of the elite warriors, Levi sneered, "Are you sure you want to challenge me? Why? Do you think I don't dare to touch you?" Fred laughed deviously. "Why don't you take a look outside first?" Levi laughed in response. "What's going on outside?" Fred was curious and so was everyone else. Meredith and the others stared at Levi in disbelief. Does he have some powerful backup? Or else how would he have dared to Come alone to rescue Zoe? Oh no! Mr. Gates, there's trouble. At that moment, the Gates family's bodyguards rushed in. However, Fred was furious at them for panicking in public as it wasn't good for their reputation. Wouldn't this made us a joke to outsiders? Hasn't there always been a lot of people outside? All of South City's socialites have gathered here, Fred retorted. Mr. Gates, it's not them. There are others. You have to see for yourself, the bodyguard replied anxiously. With that, Fred could no longer remain seated. He got up and went to the hotel entrance to take a look. When he saw what was outside, he was shocked. A large group of men had filled the plaza outside Stardust Hotel and they were all dressed in black suits. They numbered 2,000 to 3,000 men and every single one of them looked intimidating. There was a man standing right in front. He exuded a terrifying vibe as if he had just walked out of hell itself. The man was Hades. Behind him were 3,000 men. They were all former members of the Underworld and Brock Green's former followers. Now, they were all under Hades' command. When everyone saw the magnificent formation of men, they were all shocked. The Gates family especially was caught by surprise. Since when did so many men gather outside? The Black family, Lopez family, and other guests gaped in disbelief as they wondered the same thing. See that? Do you still dare to stop me now? Levi smiled. With one word, Levi brought Fred back to reality. What do you plan to do? Do you think you can challenge the Gates family with this rabble? If so, you're being too naive. Fred sneered. In the face of the great Gates family, these men were considered nothing. That's right. Anyone who dares to go against us will die, Landon threatened. Levi's lips curled into a smirk. In that case, I'll leave with my wife now. You can try and stop me. With that, Levi walked to the hotel's main door with Zoe in tow. Stop them. The moment Fred gave the order, a roar was heard outside. It was so loud that it caused the ground to tremble. The 3,000 men of South City are here to escort the men of Morris Group home. Whoever gets in the way will be killed. Hades yelled together with the 3,000 men and it sounded like a thundering roar. The Protector Chapter 645. At that moment, the elite warriors of the Gates family were stunned. No matter how strong they were still no match for 3,000 men. What are we going to do? Fear flashed across Fred and Landon's eyes as there were simply too many men outside. In fact, every single one of them looked like a formidable fighter, and they were definitely not a bunch of rabbles. Despite that, the Gates family's honor was at stake. If Levi stepped out of the door, their reputation would be destroyed. Therefore, they had to defend their honor to the death. Stop them! Fred insisted. On his cue, more than 10 elite warriors charged at Levi to kill him. However, Levi and Zoe walked on and ignored everything around them, as if nothing happened. Their enemies suddenly appeared behind them. At the same moment, Hades made his move and his figure turned into a blur. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Levi and Zoe. Bam! 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 Hades dished out his attacks with the speed of light, leaving after images wherever he struck. Boom! 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 One by one, the Gates family's warriors were thrown back. Thump! All of them crashed at Fred's feet. After struggling a moment, they either lost consciousness or died on the spot. It was a magnificent sight. If you're not afraid to die, you can try coming at me, Hades declared coldly. Thud! 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 The 3,000 men moved forward a few steps and were about to enter the hotel. Their movements caused the ground to tremble and struck fear into every member of the Gates family. At that moment, Fred was overwhelmed by terror. Although the Gates family was powerful, their base was still in Southampton. However, they were now in South City. If anything untoward happened, reinforcements would definitely not arrive in time. That being said, their pride still had to be defended. Have you thought it through properly? Do you really want to make enemies of the Gates family of Southampton? Fred asked again. He swore to himself that once he gathered his men back at Southampton, he would definitely destroy everyone in front of him now. Hades replied with a sneer, I don't care if you are from the Gates family or not. But these two are under my protection. That's right. On the orders of the Morris Group's head, we are here to escort Mr. Garrison and Ms. Lopez. Anyone who stands in our way will die, the 3,000 men outside yelled. Hades looked at the Gates family again and warned, whoever wants a quick death can try and stop us. At that moment, the Gates family including Fred fell silent. All of them could only watch as Levi led Zoe away. This was the most humiliating event ever to happen to them in their families' history. Someone had stolen their future daughter-in-law and they were powerless to stop them. However, Kurt, who was behind them, didn't give up. Cough, cough, stop them. They cannot leave, the Gates family's reputation. As for Fred, he was almost in tears. Dad, let's just bear with it. These men are fanatics. If we fight them, we might all die here. Meanwhile, tears of humiliation were already flowing down Landon's cheeks. Ever since he was young, he had never been insulted to this extent. With that, Levi left with Zoe together with the 3,000 men. The Gates family of Southampton was utterly disgraced in South City. Fred ordered immediately. Once we return to Southampton, we must gather all our forces. I will make sure there is a bloodbath in South City. Every one of the 3,000 men just now must die. I agree. We must wash away the shame that we experienced today. Or else I swear I will die. Landon bellowed in anger as he too was infuriated. Furious at what just happened, Kurt roared, send out the order in my name. The Protector Chapter 646. Even after they left, Zoe couldn't shake the feeling that it was all a dream. What had just unfolded was simply too shocking. She did not expect that Levi would be able to rescue her from the clutches of the Gates family. By the way, darling, did they say they were acting on the orders of Morris Group boss just now? Zoe asked in curiosity. Yep, that's right. Other than him, I don't think anyone else can mobilize so many people, Levi replied. Both of us are considered members of the Morris Group. For him to rescue us does make sense. I wonder what's the boss like? Zoe was very curious. He's probably like me. Levi laughed. Stop blowing your own trumpet. Back at the hotel, the Gates family quickly left South City while the Lopez and Black families went home disappointed. When they returned to the Black family manor, they were surprised to find Levi there. The moment they saw Levi, they were all enraged. Levi, you are the death of us. I'm going to kill you. Meredith bellowed. The other members of the Black family shared the same sentiment. Ever since Levi came to South City, he caused a lot of trouble. Before this, he offended the Caesar family, and now, he insulted the more powerful Gates family. As a result, the danger they were facing now was more serious than ever before. As Levi had utterly humiliated the Gates family, they were definitely going to gather their strength and seek out revenge. To wash the shame off, the Gates family would likely attack with all their might. Levi is just a troublemaker. Look at the devastation he wreaked when he was in Northampton, Harry mocked. That's right. He has been an orphan since he was little. That itself is a sign that he is cursed. Look at how the mighty Garrison family has fallen because of him. And now, he is here to curse your family. Henry added. Aaron and Caitlin glared at Levi and questioned, all right, explain to us what is going on? You have divorced Zoe, what else do you want? Levi smiled, divorced? Did you even ask us for our opinion? You abused your authority to have a divorce certificate issued. How is that considered a real divorce? Haha, Levi, aren't you being shameless? Didn't you agree in the end? We gave you 10 million to divorce Zoe. Yet you accepted the 10 million, so that means you agreed. Are you denying that now? Are you still a effing man? The Black family berated Levi and had the urge to violently beat him up. Robert bellowed, how can you say we didn't ask for your opinion? Didn't you accept the check for 10 million? Pamela sneered, that's right. I handed the check to you myself. Levi replied with resignation, I told you I threw the check into the trash can. Preposterous. Liar. I looked through all the garbage bins at home and never found the check. You're such a liar. Logan yelled back. Then someone else must have taken it. I did throw it away, Levi insisted. Who could have taken it? We've asked everyone in the Black family and no one saw it. Why do you insist on lying? Logan retorted angrily. At that moment, one of the servants outside, Zeke, suddenly turned pale when he heard their argument. Stop lying. Just admit that you've taken the check, Meredith demanded. Unabashedly despite knowing the truth. Just then, Russell suddenly spoke up, I can vouch for Levi. He did throw the check in the dustbin, however, one of the servants, Zeke, picked it up. His words shocked everyone. The Protector Chapter 647. What? Zoe's eyes suddenly sparkled as she always wanted to clear Levi's name. As expected, it was picked up by someone else. Meredith and Robert looked at Russell in disbelief as they didn't expect him to expose the truth. Russell, what are you babbling about? What's this about Zeke taking the check? Logan desperately winked at Russell for him to keep quiet. I have proof. Zeke even spent tens of thousands from the check. Russell ignored all the signals the members of the Black family gave him. I don't believe it. All of the Black family's servants are of the highest integrity. Bailey insisted. If you don't believe it, you can get Zeke here to ask him yourself, Russell suggested. Pamela and the others protested, but Meredith agreed. All right, bring Zeke in for questioning. In a brief moment, Zeke arrived, trembling. He was terrified and didn't dare to look Levi in the eye. Very well, Zeke, I have a question for you and you have to answer truthfully. Russell instructed. All right, Mr. Black, please go ahead and ask, Zeke replied with his head lowered. Did you see Levi throw the check into the dustbin the other day? Russell asked. Both the Lopez and Black families waited with bated breath for his answer. Even Levi and Zoe's gaze were fixated on him. Trembling violently, Zeke was extremely nervous. He lifted his gaze to give Meredith a glance and answered, Mr. Black, I didn't see Levi throw the check in the dustbin. Boom. The moment he replied, Russell and Zoe were stunned. As for Meredith and the others, they smiled triumphantly. Zeke, you're lying. You're the one who picked up the check and now you're denying it in front of everyone, Russell bellowed in desperation. Mr. Black, I'm innocent. I really didn't pick up the check. On that day itself, I saw Levi leave the manor with the check. Everyone else saw the same thing, Zeke continued his lie without even batting an eyelid. That's right, we saw him leaving with the check, it was never in the rubbish bin. The rest added. Russell almost burst a blood vessel hearing that. Why do such people even exist? He looked towards Meredith in disbelief. She must have planned everything. Nevertheless, I must prove that Levi is innocent. Russell, you'd better keep quiet and not throw unfounded accusations around. Meredith yelled. Russell stopped himself mid-sentence. But how can I win against the whole Black family? Meredith looked towards Levi. What else do you have to say? Levi smiled. There's nothing more to say. I just feel that all of you are scum. Levi had already investigated the check's record and was disappointed at how manipulative the Black family was. ****, who are you calling scum? Everyone was infuriated. Levi's words were obviously directed at everyone present. You don't deserve to enjoy the cigarettes and wine. Levi remarked coldly. Sheesh. Those cigarettes and wine were brought in by Russell, what have they got to do with you? Robert retorted while the others piled on the insults. Suddenly, Meredith stopped them. Looking towards Levi, she asked, let me ask you, what do you want to do? Levi glanced at Zoe and said, 6 years ago, I was framed. The wedding wasn't perfect and caused too many regrets for Zoe and me. Therefore, I want a fresh start with Zoe, to propose to her again and have another wedding to make up for the regrets we have. Zoe replied with a choking voice, I will marry you. Impossible. Zoe must be married to the Gates family, Meredith quipped. The Protector Chapter 648. Previously, they wanted to marry Zoe out to improve the family's future prospects. But now, it was simply to placate the Gates family. Since Kurt needed Zoe to fulfill the fortune-teller's prophecy, they hoped the Gates family would not seek revenge on them. Therefore, after some discussions within the family, Meredith decided to marry Zoe off to the Gates to mollify their anger. Levi wants to marry Zoe? No effing way. Besides, he will be a dead man soon enough for offending the Gates family. It's not up to you. As long as Zoe is willing, I will marry her. Levi exclaimed. Haha, you plan to marry Zoe? You will be better off worrying about how to protect yourself. The Gates family's army will soon be here to kill you, Logan burst into demented laughter. If the Gates does come, I will destroy them. Levi's eyes gleamed with menace. This family has long acted with impunity and challenged the sovereignty of the nation. There's no way I'm letting them off easy. You're being ridiculous. I hope when the Gates are here, your words can still be as sharp. Everyone sneered at Levi. Russell, Silas, protect Zoe. I'm going to deal with the Gates family, Levi ordered. Yes. Both Russell and Silas were about to acknowledge his instructions instinctively, but decided otherwise when they saw everyone looking at them with strange expressions. With that, Levi left. He was confident that Zoe was in safe hands. Even if the two of them failed to protect her, Hades would be watching over her from the shadows. Ha ha ha, isn't this just Levi trying to flee? Logan laughed smugly. Of course he's trying to flee, or else why wouldn't he bring Zoe along? All of them scoffed at Levi's behavior. From what Zoe could see, Levi must have gone to gather reinforcements and request help from the Morris Group's boss. It seemed their debt to that man kept increasing. However, she began to grow suspicious as to why the leader of the Morris Group treated her and Iris so well. He helped her buy the Oriental Star Group at the auction and gave her full authority to run the business at the electronics mall. Furthermore, he had saved her and Levi on many occasions. Who is he? After leaving Russell, Levi arrived at a large mansion, which was Azure Dragon's residence in South City. The mansion was known as Guardian Mansion but was abandoned long ago. Ever since Azure Dragon and the others arrived, they had been staying there. That day at the mansion, Levi noticed that it was crowded. There were even military dogs guarding the entrance. Once they saw Levi, everyone gathered outside. There were about 60 of them, which gave Levi a shock. Why are there so many people here? Good day, Chief. All 60 of them saluted Levi. Good day, comrades. Levi returned the salute. God of War, let me introduce you. These are the captains of the reconnaissance troops from the South War Zone. They have come to practice their skills, Azure Dragon explained with a smile. Ever since he arrived at Guardian Mansion, he had guests visiting every day. Most of them were there to learn and improve their technique. As of now, half of them were drenched in sweat in their tank tops. They had obviously been sparring with Kiran. Chief, some of our comrades had the illusion that they could take on White Tiger just now. However, they got their asses handed to them instead, someone reported. When Levi saw a group of men who were badly bruised and beaten sitting in a corner, he laughed. Go toe-to-toe with White Tiger? That's just suicide. Given that they were all comrades, White Tiger let them off easily. Sir, is something wrong? Azure Dragon could sense that something was amiss. I expect someone to come for me soon, Levi explained with a smug grin. The Protector Chapter 649. Just as Levi spoke, the 60-odd officers were incensed. Who dares come for the God of War? Do they have a death wish? How is this even possible? The God of War is the military paragon of all the soldiers from the 9 war zones of Arudaya. Whoever dares to even disrespect the God of War cannot be forgiven. All of us will defend the symbol of the army with our lives. Who dares to come for the chief? Are they nuts? I, Mac Fei, will be the first to strike them down. I, MacDonald, will never allow it. I, Mackenzie, forbid it. One by one, the captains of the reconnaissance troops roared angrily with a ferocious look on their faces. Very well, we will stay. I want to see with my own eyes who dares to challenge the chief's authority. That's right. Don't worry, Chief. Let us deal with this for you. Damn it, it's time to teach this bunch of rabble a lesson. Everyone was outraged. Levi smiled in response. Very well, I won't fight over them with you. You can be my guest. He had a different plan to deal with the matter but didn't expect the mansion to be filled with so many people. It was just a wonderful coincidence that they could help resolve it. As a result, his mind was also put at ease. Once they received Levi's permission, everyone was filled with anticipation. They wished that the enemy would arrive sooner so that they could demonstrate their capabilities to the God of War. Come, let's continue with our practice, so that we can thrash them straight later. All the men were wild with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Gates family residence, the plaza in front of their villa was filled with men. All of them were tall and strong. Standing at attention, they exuded a terrifying vibe. They were men of different races, but they all had one common trait: they were insanely powerful. Dad, I have gathered the 500 dragon guards of the Gates family, Landon reported. The Gates family was as wealthy as a nation and no one was their equal in terms of financial power. All these years, Kurt had spent a lot of money amassing and maintaining a private army that would later be known as the Dragon Guards. Every one of them was an elite warrior in their own right. They were either famous mercenaries from overseas, top-ranked assassins, and retired members of Black Ops from major countries. Furthermore, there were also martial artists skilled in the ancient arts of Thai boxers, and etc. Every year, the Gates family spent 2 billion maintaining the Dragon Guards. This was something unattainable by any other prominent family. Although there were only 500 of them, their fighting strength was more important than their numbers. These were extremely powerful men and would strike fear in anyone who came across them. Even the Caesar family's 800 white robes were no match for them. The dragon guards were fearsome warriors, and wherever they went, blood would flow like rivers. In their minds, Levi's 3,000 men from South City were nothing but a bunch of rabbles. They would not last more than 10 minutes in front of the dragon guards. They were confident that no one would be able to protect Levi. With Levi out of the way, Zoe would then be captured and brought back to marry Landon. "All right, let's head out," Fred ordered. Aside from the dragon guards, they had also recruited 100 additional warriors using Kit's name. As a result, the army of around 600 men headed towards South City in high spirits. One by one, their cars formed a long snake-like convoy, which was a magnificent sight to behold. By evening, the convoy arrived in South City. The whole city trembled upon their arrival, especially the Lopez and Black families, who prayed hard that they would escape the Gates family's wrath. "Father, where shall we go first? I have the address of the place where Levi is." "Hold up in," Landon inquired. "We will look for Levi first and then clean out the South City's underworld. Finally, we will seize Zoe so that both of you can get married," Fred barked his orders. "Understood, father. Let's roll out." With that, the Gates family army headed towards Guardian Mansion. The Protector, Chapter 650. Half an hour later, the large convoy arrived outside of Guardian Mansion. Thud. Thud. One by one, the men got out of the cars. In a blink of an eye, the 500 dragon guards and 100 warriors assembled. "Surround the place and don't let anyone escape," Landon barked. Thud. 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 The 600 men spread out and sealed off all escape routes from the mansion. The encirclement was 6 man thick. Even a bird couldn't escape, let alone a man. The dragon guards alone were stronger than the force of 5,000 men combined. After that, Fred and Kurt got out of the car. "Let's enter from the front," Fred ordered. A group of men arrived at the front door. Bark! 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 A group of military dogs barked ferociously at them. Crack! Landon pushed the metal gate forcefully and bellowed, "Levi, come out this instant." After waiting for half a day, the captains of the reconnaissance troops finally got their wish. They were all filled with excitement. However, they didn't go out until after Landon shook the gate for a few minutes. Finally, MacFay, MacDonald, and Mackenzie emerged. The 3 of them were wearing green tank tops, showcasing their rippling muscles. "Why are you causing a ruckus? Who are you looking for?" MacFay questioned, as the 3 of them walked towards the gate. When Landon saw how intimidating the 3 men were, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear run down his spine. Realization dawned on him that these were not ordinary men. Nevertheless, with 500 dragon guards behind him, he was afraid of no one. "Is Levi Garrison inside?" Landon demanded arrogantly. "So what if he is? Who are you people?" MacFay inquired. "Listen well, we are the Gates family of Southampton and are here to seek revenge on Levi. He must die today. Behind me are 500 dragon guards. I'm warning you, even if you have 3,000 men, you won't be able to protect Levi," Landon sneered. Everyone on the Gates family's side assumed that MacFay and his men were in the same group of underworld members that escorted Levi away in South City. They had no idea that these were military veterans. Hearing Landon's answer, MacFay and the others furrowed their eyebrows. Did our ears deceive us? These men want to kill the chief? How dare they? Insolence! What gave you the gall to do such a thing? Do the nation's laws mean nothing to you? Mac Fei barked. Haha, I have always said that the Gates family is the law. Wherever we go, our word is final. Fred declared arrogantly. His words gave Mac Fei and his companions a shock, as it was rare to encounter anyone who acted with such impunity nowadays. Setting aside their blatant disregard for the nation's laws, they even wanted to kill the god of war. What sort of madness is this? Get Levi out now to kneel and accept his execution. Don't force us to drag him out ourselves, Fred threatened. You are asking for the impossible, as it is our duty to protect him. Mac Fei and the other two captains were resolute in their stand. Ha ha ha, with just the three of you? Don't you think you're overestimating yourselves? In the eyes of the Gates family, the trio were already dead men. What if you include us? The moment the voice was heard, a group of men in army green tank tops emerged. There were 60 of them in total, who assembled in a neat formation, giving off a strong and magnificent vibe. This. Fred and his men were perplexed when they noticed the group in front of them came off differently from what they expected. They didn't look like men of the underworld, but Fred couldn't put his finger on who they were yet. Mac Fei scanned his gaze around and sneered, "You are forbidden to enter. Whoever tries to trespass will only meet with death."